Hello, hello. What's up, everybody? Welcome to a surprise Wednesday stream. That wasn't a surprise because I have announced it, but it is a little bit out of the schedule because I'm leaving to YCS Lille tomorrow, and I didn't want to leave you guys without a stream during the entire week because I'm going to be gone from tomorrow until next Monday. So I figured we might as well assemble today and talk about some things and have some fun, hopefully. And there are a few things to talk about. It's honestly quite exciting to think about Genesys format maybe a little bit. I don't know if everyone has seen the announcement yet, but I feel like it's been getting a lot of traction. So we are going to talk about that later a little bit as well. And maybe if we have enough time after that, we might check out Master Duel. Just because I kind of want the gems from the Duelist Cup. I don't really, maybe we'll mess around with some fun decks in the Duelist Cup just to get some of the gems. I doubt we're gonna have enough time to hit Duelist level 20 in one sitting, but just to get some of the rewards, maybe it's okay if we revisit it. And if it's really that bad, worst case, you're gonna get some Josh raging at Malice, and I think that's also something that people like to see. So it's probably gonna be fun for you either way. Anyways, I'm excited for today, and let's jump into the warm-up right away so we can get going as fast as possible. Also, I'm doing good, Nilmi. Thank you for asking. How are you? All right, let's guess some cards. Ooh, this already has an old feel to it. Is that Muka Muka? No. Oh, it's the skeleton level 1. Not level 1. It's a vanilla. It's the one on Abyssal. No, it's not Abyss. It's the one on Designator, I think. But the Dark King of the Abyss. Yeah. I knew it was something with Abyss. Ooh, that is Jellyfish. Another old card. Okay. I do not know what this is. Maybe something uppercut? Nope. Last counter. That's Prodigy. I feel like I've seen it. High speed. Is it a high speed roid? Puzzle? Okay. I've seen it before, but I wouldn't have been able to name it. It's not Desert Sunlight, I don't think. Is it Ayers Rock? Sunrise? Token Sunday? Token Festival? Token Thanksgiving? Okay. I feel like I've seen this before. I don't know the name. Heroic Champion. Maybe I haven't seen it before, actually. Ooh, it's the is it Informer Spider? No, it's something Spider. Yeah, that one. Seems Noble Arms related, but I've never seen this artwork before. Gear breed. That is Apex Avian. That is Scrap Beast. That is Math Mech Sigma? I know my Math Mechs, don't you worry. That is, I think, a Cubic. It might be Cubic Dharma. No, Cubic Uza. This is... dude, I've seen this. Jurassic Impact? No. Schedule? Oh, is it Extinction on Schedule? Ah. Stop the Fence? I've seen this card, but I do not know its name. I've seen it, though. Damage Diet, that's what it is. Dude. I've seen this card too. I think it's a quick play spell. Wonder Clover, yeah. Wait, is that Prodigy again? Yeah. That is Summoner Monk. That is also Summoner Monk. what the hell? That is Nightmare Mermaid. Ooh, that gives me Gimmick Puppet vibes. Oh, that's a Gimmick Puppet. Which one is that? Gimmick Puppet Chimera Doll? Yeah. Beast Fangs, I think is what that's called. Yeah. Tearlament Saliak. This is like ultimate, the perfect, great, ultimate, whatever moth, isn't it? Armageddon Ballista? Wait, what? Oh, a Battle Wasp. Okay, I thought it was the perfect, the ultimate great moth or something like that. This is Predaplant? Is that Biblisp? No. Predaplant. Briantis? Briantis. This is... Oh, dude, it has a freaking... It has a... This... Oh, God. Yeah. Bunch of special characters in that one. This is a... Dude. Six Samurai, but like I don't think it's called Six Samurai. Thunder. Six Strike Thunder Blast. That one. Yeah. It's a six strike. That's what I meant. I was thinking of the name of their spell cards that aren't Six Samurai. Don't know what that is. No idea. No idea. Galaxy Queen's Light. You feel familiar. Who are you? Clearwing Fast Dragon? Yeah. Fire Fist. Is it Gyoko? I thought it was Gyoko at first too, but I don't think it is because it has a monster on it. I think that's which one is that? Leopard? Is it Leopard? Yeah. Oh, Red Eye Spirit. Mm, I'm not sure I know this one. It might be a Vendred. Scar of the Vendred. It is a Vendred. Okay. That's a Madolche. Chevalier. That thing makes insect tokens. Worm bait. Yeah. I don't know. Gladiator rejection. That could be Area Zero. Yeah. See if that starts anywhere, but in the middle of the freaking sky, I get that way faster. Dual avatar. The problem is I have no idea. Dude, I should have just skipped. I think it is dual avatar, but yeah, defeating evil. It's not. Is it Labyrinth? Labyrinth? I think so. Yeah. There's another field spell that looks kind of like it, which always throws me off. I think it's a Magistus, maybe? I don't know. Skull Invitation. Inspector Border. Cosmo Dark Planet. Prophecy or Alistair related, maybe? I'm not sure though. Chronicle Magician? Chronicle Magician. Okay. Ooh, this feels familiar. What is this? Cost down. Peacock. Ah, dude. I love these cards. I don't know what I never know what it's called though, but matching outfits. We don't have that one in Master Duel as a title screen. I need that. Hieratic Seal of from the Ashes. Magma Dragon, maybe? No. I think it's the one I'm thinking of. Oh, it's Unmasked Dragon. That's what I thought it was called. It's the Masked Dragon, but for worms. I thought it was called Magma Dragon. Another Madolche card. This time, I think it's a Spell Trap. Is that T-Break? Chateau? Chateau. All right, 865. Not too bad. Not too bad. I'm happy with that. Definitely not washed today. That's good. Ooh. We are looking for an old rank 4 that is not a dark and has more than 1500 attack and more than 1500 defense. What about a diamond direwolf? 2 little defense points. What about a silent honor arc? 2 little defense points. Daigusto emerald, 2 little defense. Okay, they all got no defense apparently. Utopia, it's not a warrior. Utopia is a warrior, so it can't be that. Gemnite Pearl. We can check. Gemnite Pearl would work, but it does have an effect, and Gemnite Pearl does not have an effect. So it's not Gemnite Pearl. Lavalval Chain, 1000 defense. Chidori. It's from 2013. 2013. Let me check for a Fire Fist. What about Tiger King? Wait, where are we on the stats? It could be Tiger King. Okay, it's not a fire. It's not a fire. It's pretty big. What are we left with? Light, water, Bahamut Shark? Ah, that's 2012. Bahamut Shark is 2012. Teller Knights? Was Tellar out in 2013? I thought Tellar was a 2014. Yeah, I think Tellar Knight is 2014. None of them are out in 2013. But wait, light, water, or earth? Bujin. It could be a Bujin. Bujinki. That's Amaterasu is 2014. What about Tsukuyomi? Tsukuyomi is also 2014. Shark Drake. Shark Drake is 2012. No Shark Drakes in 2013. Constellars. Did Constellars have a rank 4 in 2013? There is one, Constellar Omega, that has no defense though, almost. This also has no defense. Vylon D Sigma, that's 2012. Ujin Tei. Susanoo, not enough defense. Hagutsuchi is a beast warrior, though. Ah! It could be a... What about Medolce? Medolce teacher... 2019. But like Medici... The tiramisu? 2012. Oh. Starliege. 2000 attack is not enough. It doesn't have enough. Also, it's a warrior. Dude! What is this? Crazy Box is a dark. Direwolf doesn't have the right stats. A CXYZ? Oh, come on. A CXYZ? Battleship Cherry Blossom. Oh, I can't guess that. I've never seen this card in my life. Come on, man. Yeah, okay. I didn't know this card existed. Was the problem. Maybe a slight problem when you're trying to guess a card is you kind of need to know what the card is, but okay. All right. Gamers, welcome to the stream today. It is the last stream before I leave for YCS Lille tomorrow morning. So I decided to assemble for some chill Genesys format yap, and also some we're gonna do some Master Duel later. I hope I'm not gonna crash out too bad, because I do want to get some of the gems from the Duelist Cup, because the Duelist Cup gives you a lot of rewards. I kind of want to get those and just save up those gems for when the game hopefully eventually becomes playable again. But yeah, first things first. Before we hop into Master Duel, and honestly, the Genesys talk might even take up a little bit more time than Master Duel today, because I'm kind of excited to talk about this, and I also want to get a I want to get an idea of how you guys feel about this as well, because of course I've made a YouTube video and I was able to read the comments, but I haven't really engaged in any discourse and discussion about Genesys format just yet. And I wanna use today's stream as a little bit of an opportunity to do that, just so we're all on the same page. I'm gonna go over the rules for Genesys really quickly. I know the majority of you guys probably have already seen this, because it did gain a lot of traction in the community, I feel like. But I still wanna talk about it real quick, so that people who may not know what I'm talking about can understand as well. Genesys format is a new format that has been officially announced by Konami as an alternative way to play Yu-Gi-Oh! And it looks like it is going to be pretty well supported from right from the beginning. It is not being treated as like one of those side public events formats at like YCSs and such that we've had so many of in the past that are cool, but never really felt like a real alternative to play Yu-Gi-Oh! Because they were only like, there wasn't really any big tournaments or really hype surrounding it. And this feels a little bit different. You know, this feels different than like Rivalry of the Warlords or something like that, which were always fun concepts, but never actually I feel like taken seriously enough. So Genesys is different in the sense that no link monsters or pendulum monsters are allowed. The reasoning for this is, I believe I believe they said it in one of their articles as well about this, because they are reviving the Yu-Gi-Oh! Blog and posting about Genesys over there. They're trying to reduce the complexity and the power creep a little bit of that modern Yu-Gi-Oh! Does have for people to get into, as well as for like returning players that maybe left the game when Link or Pendulum came out, and so on and so forth. So Link and Pendulum monsters are banned in Genesys, as a result of which there's also no extra monster zone, which basically means you also cannot play Runics, which basically means Genesys is an unplayable format, but that's besides the point. Nah, there's no EMZ in Genesys, so we're basically going back to the old field layout, how it was before Pendulums came out. there is no forbidden and limited card list in Genesys format. Every single card is theoretically legal and can theoretically be played at 3 copies, but there is a catch that dictates how you can play your decks. It is not just the Wild Wild West. Deck construction uses a point system. Some cards are assigned a point value. Most cards cost 0 points. The total points of the point cost of cards in your main deck, extra deck, and side deck combined cannot exceed the point cap for that event. The standard point cap is 100. So what this means is you're basically building your decks on a budget where there's a list down here, which is the initial point list for Genesys format, and that is how many points each of these cards is going to cost to include in your deck. And you will have, at a standard Genesys tournament, and I also assume that most of the official bigger Genesys tournaments are going to use 100 points. The cap is going to be, your budget is going to be 100, and you would essentially pick cards from this list until you reach 100, and at that point you can only play cards that cost 0. So for example, if you want to play Abyss Dweller on your deck, which is the first card on this list, that is going to cost you all 100 of your points. You can play Abyss Dweller. It is not banned in Genesys format, but if you do, you cannot play any of the other cards on this list. And the thing with this is that this list is pretty large to begin with. It is a lot longer than the typical TCG Forbidden and Limited list. I think at the moment, the initial list has 505 entries, which is a lot longer than the TCG Forbidden and Limited list. So basically, putting Abyss Dweller in your deck at 1 copy is going to lock you out of these 504 other cards, which some are not going to matter for your deck, but a lot of them will for sure matter, right? Like you're not going to get any of the. So basically, if I had to summarize the Genesys point list, I think it is a combination of floodgates that are costed pretty heavily, to the point where for most generic floodgates, if you choose to play them, you do not get to play any other good cards. This is the case for most floodgates in Genesys format. And that's including a lot of the ones that are not even on the TCG ban list anywhere. Like you see cards like freaking Archlord Christia on here. You see Protoss, which is legal in the TCG. You see even stuff like, where is it? The Band Played On, which is a random ass floodgate that no one really even plays in the TCG. But in Genesys format, if you want to be that guy who plays a floodgate like this, it's going to cost you your entire budget, right? Which I think is cool. If you click points, they sorted by points. Not on. Oh, okay. Yeah, so you can see there's a lot of cards that cost 100. Actually, nice feature. I didn't realize it could do that. You got Dweller, Armor Factor Pain, The Band Played On, Angel 07, Anti-Spell Fragrance, Arcana Force the World, Christia, Eschatos, Protoss, Scythe. A lot of these cards worth 100 points are floodgates. And then you got a couple of really powerful individual cards like Beatrice, or like combo enablers like Brain Research Lab that's only ever been used for FTKs, Catapult Turtle that's ever only been used for FTKs, more floodgates, deck lockdown. We got hand disruption like Confiscation and Delinquent Duo. We got more floodgates, D-Barrier, Jin, and so on and so forth. I don't know why Dragon Master Magia is at 100 points. Maybe it was really powerful when they play tested the format. Dragon's Bind, Fossil Dyna, Gateway of the Six. A lot of really, really busted shit that, you really don't want to play against is at 100 points, which basically means in theory, people can play it. But in practice, a lot of these decks that are going to choose to use one of these cards are probably going to be pretty bad, because a lot of other solid cards are on here with some sort of point value, right? Like if you want to play Artifact Scythe in your deck, you are not going to get basically any good hand traps in your deck. So we can discuss the flaws with this point system in a second, because I think there are probably some oversights in the initial list. I think that is something that is definitely one of the feedbacks that people have had is like they found something immediately that like they feel like is a little bit off. The most mentioned example of this, I believe, is Dimension Shifter, which is on here at 5 points, which makes it honestly one of the cheaper hand traps in the format. Like this is cheaper than Ash Blossom, for example. But Dimension Shifter is only 5 points, and I think that's something that's probably going to change, because that's another thing about Genesys format is because it doesn't outright ban or limit or semi-limit cards. It is easier to make small adjustments to the format by just like increasing the points on one of the cards by a little bit, right? Like putting Shifter from 5 points to 10 or 15 points is a very easy thing to do. And so from what I've been told, Genesys format is looking to be updated more frequently. I think we're going to be expecting like monthly or every 2 months. Like we're going to get small point list updates, judging on how popular certain cards are. So I think the way I look at this in the beginning is like, give this format a little bit of time, maybe, you know, like we are basically in early access right now. We're gonna work on this, right? Like this is something that they're gonna iron out the exact points, because let's be honest here, it's quite hard to make an initial list of like all the Yu-Gi-Oh cards that ever existed, and then make a completely fair balancing of it. That is a monstrous task. I think that is a monstrous task to ask. So I think this was always a format that at some point they had to just release it and then see what happens and then go from there. So I personally think the approach is good to just release it onto the community and let people figure out some stuff. And if something is absurdly powerful, then we can still figure out a way to balance it later. But yeah, so like I said, the list has a lot of floodgates at very high point costs. The list has a lot of generic staples at like middle-ish point costs. Like for example, an Ash Blossom and Joyous Spring runs you 15 points. A lot of the hand traps, I actually saw a card market post on Twitter this morning, which I decided to use because it broke down a lot of the hand traps in Genesys format really nicely. So shout outs to Card Market for making this graphic. Funnily enough, Contact C is at 100 points because it is theoretically a floodgate, and when you cannot link it off, it might be a little bit problematic. So they decided to put it at 100. Sure, I don't really mind it. But outside of that, you see a lot of the generic hand traps are taxed with some sort of point value, right? So if you decide essentially to play Abyss Dweller in your deck because you think it's an awesome floodgate and you should be the person playing Abyss Dweller in Genesys format, you basically get to play none of these cards. Not a single one of these cards you can play in Genesys format. The only ones you get to play are the ones down here, like Ghost Reaper, DD Crow, Cycle Reader, Lancea, like more situational hand traps, as well as like just not as powerful ones, like a DD Crow or something like that is still a good card. And I do think because it is 0 points, we're going to see a decent amount of DD Crow in the format potentially, if it's good against the decks. And that's the other thing with Genesys format that is completely impossible to predict, is what exactly is the meta going to be in the beginning. This is something that, you know, Dimension Shifter at 5 points, it seems crazy, but maybe people just don't play decks that are super weak to Dimension Shifter in Genesys format. I have no idea. But if they do, then people are going to play Dimension Shifter for 15 points, and then they're going to increase the points on Dimension Shifter. It's that simple. Ghost Spell has 5 points. They forgot to put Ghost Spell. Ghost Spell is at 5 points. But yes. So a standard, here's the thing, a standard modern Yu-Gi-Oh hand trap lineup is basically gonna cost you more than 100 points already. Like, you cannot play 3 Ash, 3 Imperm, and 3 Nibiru, for example. That is not possible. You cannot do that. That is 45 for the Ashes, 45 for the Imperms. You're already on 90. You can only play 1 Nibiru then, right? You cannot play Ash Imperm Veiler. You cannot play Ash Imperm Ghost Ogre. Like, you cannot play playsets of all of these hand traps in Genesys format in general, right? In completely independent on the deck, I think it's quite tough to even find a way to play like upwards of 12 hand traps, right? And so unless you want to go with some of the budget ones, of course, you could play. It's much easier to fit like 3 Mourner, 3 Ogre, and 3 Bell in your deck. At that point, you can play 9 hand traps easily, right? Like you can play 15 points Ghost Ogre, 21 points Ghost Mourners, and 15 points Ghost Bells. That's gonna cost you about half your budget, and you get to do that, right? I will say, just in my head, I feel like the need for hand traps is also going to go down a little bit, right? Like people are without. I think maybe people are underestimating how much power goes out of the format without links specifically. So we're gonna have to wait and see. I'm sure there's gonna be some decks that are still gonna be powerful going first, you know. But the hand trap situation in Genesys is definitely something to take into account when you're starting to look into this format. Maxi is also legal, but once again, if you decide to play Maxi, you can only play 2 copies and you get no other hand traps. So if my opponent uses a Maxi on, this is also another like funny dynamic in Genesys format. If your opponent uses a Maxi, or let's say your opponent uses 2 Maxis in their deck, you can hypothetically, if you get Maxi, just go for game if you're going second. Like, because they cannot draw into more hand traps with the Maxi, except for maybe DD Crow, right? It is simply not possible. They cannot, if they play 2 Maxis, they simply cannot have Nibiru that they will draw for sure, because, you know, so like it balances itself pretty nicely, I think, in this sense. So in general, I like the idea of this point list, because the third aspect of decks here is that, of course, certain archetypes can be balanced by getting points onto these cards. The first example I looked at was Ryziel. Ryziel, in theory, doesn't need any link monsters. So in theory, Ryziel would be a very, very powerful deck in Genesys format. And of course, they know that. So they're going to put points on Ryziel. And what that means is that you can play Ryziel if you want to, but the Ryziel decks are going to have less space for good non-engine, because you do not have good, like, you don't have budget for it, basically, right? Like, you have 25 points on X Ryziel, which means that a playset of X Ryziel is already going to cost you 75 points, which means you cannot even play many of the other, because Ice Ryziel is 20 points. Detonator is 20 points. Duo Drive is 20 points. So, like, you can literally not play a full Ryziel package. You can maybe play a small Ryziel package. Sword Ryziel, I believe. Is Sword Ryziel on here? Sword Ryziel is also 20 points. So, something like Ryziel is theoretically playable, but with the budget of 100 points only, is going to be very tough to build. In Genesys format, because if you play Ryziel, you don't get to play all the Ryziel cards, and you also cannot play any good staples, right? So in theory, I like the idea behind this, because this basically, it equals the playing field a little bit between the stronger decks in the format, the stronger engines in the format, and the quote-unquote rogue decks, the weaker decks in the format. Because one of the things in modern Yu-Gi-Oh! Is because the ban list applies to every single player the same way, that means that the good decks in the format, or the better engines in the format, also get to play the strongest non-engine cards. You know, like a Ryziel deck in the TCG, for example, gets to play all the Ryziel cards, but also got to play the Ash Blossoms, the Nibirus, the Imperms, the Fuvas, the Effect Veilers, like however you want it, basically. Like all those cards that the rogue decks had, the Ryziel deck also had. So at that point, when both decks have the same quality of non-engine, in theory, the thing that decides over the outcome of the game, or that decides over which deck is better, is just the strength of the engine, right? Like if I feel like that makes sense, right? Like if both decks have the same non-engine in their deck, the thing that makes the difference is what engine are you playing. In Genesys format, the idea is because stronger engines are more expensive to play, the stronger engine decks have to play weaker non-engine. And so, yes, maybe your Ryziel cards are higher quality than I don't know, Six Samurai cards. I'm just using Six Samurai because I believe that was used in one of the Team APS videos as an example that we watched. Like the Ryziel engine is a stronger engine than that, but then the Six Samurai deck gets to play better non-engine, and that maybe makes up for it. Yeah, and I think that's cool. There is some odd ones in here that in the beginning might seem weird, I believe. I think one example that I was told is like the Ancient Gears, for example. It's just because they've been playtesting this format for a decent amount of time. I believe it was in the works for like almost 2 years that they've been tinkering on exactly how it should work. And apparently some of these cards are on here because they found in their testing that like something like Ancient Gear as like a going second OTK strategy was very, very powerful in like a lower power format. Which, sure, I guess, you know, like that, I think that's the reason why some of these cards are on here. Yeah. If you play Duel Links, you know why Ancient Gear's here. I mean, it's like, it's I do think it's understandable to an extent. But yeah. Heart of Demise, 40 points. Yeah. Holy Sue is the best hand trap and it's at 0. I've toyed around and the deck is excellent. I think the problem is that you're expecting too much at the moment out of this format when it's just the initial release. I think if we really do get monthly updates on this, that is fine. I think like I said earlier, the task to release a format that is completely balanced right from the get-go with a system like this is almost impossible, because we're looking at 25 years of Yu-Gi-Oh cards, and you're just like, okay, let's release a new format with new deck construction rules, and it's like, okay, well, it's not perfect from the beginning, duh, obviously not. Yeah. But Vanquish Soul losing Rock, for example, I think the reason maybe why they didn't hit Vanquish Soul much on this, in general, I found that they hit a lot of Link decks, like, they basically didn't hit them, right? Like, a lot of decks that have Links just weren't hit because, in theory, they already lose something because of the Link mechanic being removed. I think not having Rock of the Vanquisher is a big deal, but of course, it's possible to play the deck without it. But I think, like, if it is the best deck by far, they're just going to put some points on some of the Vanquish Soul cards, and then we're good. I think this is a very good concept, depending on how well it's managed, right? And I think that's the point. At the moment, it seems like they care about this a lot. So because they've been posting articles about it on the blog page, they've been launching it with the promise of a YCS as well. That's another thing I wanted to talk about. There is going to be a YCS for Genesys format in 2026. So it's like, if they care about this format and if they balance it properly with monthly updates on this list, I think it's an awesome idea. Of course, if there's just like a best deck every format and they hit it way too late and stuff, then that's not going to be great. But we don't know that yet, you know. Someone will break this with Malice. I think Malice is probably fine without Link monsters. But yeah, there are a couple of hits here on relatively recent decks. Like, for example, Draco Tail has pretty significant hits here. Draco Tail Arthalion 10 points, Phimena 20 points, Mululu 5 points. So you cannot play, like, if you want to play 3 Phimena, that's basically almost no other hand traps with Arthalion together. Like, that's 90 points, and then you can't even play 3 Mululu and no other like hand traps, which are so good in Draco Tail. So they have been hitting some recent archetypes already. Someone brought up an interesting question a second ago, which is how they're going to handle new sets, right? Like, what if a new archetype comes out if that's all gonna have 0 points in Genesys format, isn't the new decks always gonna be aren't the new decks always gonna be more powerful than the other things? Which the answer to that is maybe. But maybe they'll also release it with some point values on it, but like we don't know that. That's something we have to wait and see. I think honestly, if I had to guess how it's gonna be handled, is I think they're gonna put some cards on new some points on new archetypes that are expected to be powerful, but it's probably not gonna be enough points to the point where they're gonna be bad. You know, of course you want the new decks to be playable, so they're gonna put like, I don't know, maybe like 5 or 10 points on some of the staples for the new deck. And then you can still play it, but like with a little bit of a restriction. But I don't think everything 0 points is not going to be likely, or they're going to release it on 0 and then adjust it relatively quickly. But yeah. But I guess we're going to find out how this is going to be handled in general once we give it like a couple months time, right? Like we're going to see, we have a set release this week with Doom of Dimensions. We're going to see if Doom of Dimension cards are going to appear on this list. We're going to see when the next update is going to be. We're going to see how frequent these updates going to be, and we're also going to see how big those updates are going to be. You know, I think in the beginning they might be doing some smaller updates because they just like there isn't going to be much like in 1 month. Where are they even going to get data from to update this? There's going to be there is going to be a public event for this, I think, at YCS Anaheim, which is in 1.5 weeks. So that's going to be the first weekend for Genesys competition, basically, which I'm looking forward to. I'm probably going to be here. Let me just check my calendar real quick before I'm yapping. But I think we're going to watch Party YCS Anaheim together. Yep. We are gonna watch Party YCS Anaheim together. I hope they're gonna bring some Genesys onto the stream, for YCS Anaheim. Have you read the yesterday blog post? We can take a look at that in a second. I wanna theorize some of Genesys format because I actually I've been told that the EU coverage team might also do some content on Genesys for YCS Lille. So they asked me if I wanted to bring a deck to play on Friday against one of the casters, probably in Genesys format, and then they can use it for in between the rounds, I think. So we might build something today that I can bring if I have the cards for it. I don't know, especially some of the forbidden cards I might not have. I have some of them from my Time Wizard decks, so I could maybe take some of those. But yeah, that's another topic, by the way. I suppose a lot of the banned cards that have been reprinted recently make a lot more sense now, because that was one of my concerns with Genesys format, is like, what if this format releases and people now all of a sudden want a card from like 25 years ago that's never been reprinted because it was banned in the TCG forever? Like, isn't that going to be tough maybe in terms of like in terms of card prices, if people all of a sudden want to pick up, like, I don't know a good example that of a card that hasn't been reprinted in a lot, like Last Will or some shit. I don't know. Last Will is probably not going to be expensive because it was in starter decks back then, but you know what I mean, right? Like a freaking old ass card that hasn't seen play in forever and was pretty expensive because of it. And then Genesys comes out and all of a sudden there is demand for it, which explains a lot of the reprints in rarity collections and mega packs and stuff like that, where they just threw in random, like, I think yesterday I ordered Mirage of Nightmare because it is a 10-point card in Genesys format, and I was thinking about like Mirage of Nightmare in what's it called? Mirage of Nightmare in Paleo, right? Like draw traps, discard them, and stuff like that. It's just 10 points, so you can still play other broken stuff. Just to be clear, I think Mirage of Nightmare 10 points is fine. Like, that card is not even that good anymore in modern Yu-Gi-Oh! But, or like, you use Mirage of Nightmare right? And you draw 4, and then you pop it with the paleo, you know? It's kind of crazy. You just Olinoids your own Morella, and then you don't have to discard. Very nice. I think so. And Mirage of Nightmare, I guess, is a good example of a card that could have gotten pretty expensive because of Genesys format, because that card hasn't been legal for over 20 years, I think. And now it's gotten a reprint in the Mega Pack. So that was nice. Pot of Greed is also legal, by the way. Pot of Greed, and it's not just legal. You can play 3 Pot of Greeds. So here's the question. Do you play 3 Pot of Greeds in any deck in Genesys format? I guess you'd have to play without hand traps completely. Like, you would have to play no hand traps to play Pot of Greed at 3 copies. Sky Striker? Yeah, without link monsters. I guess you could. Is there any Sky Striker card on here? Because no, there's no links. Okay, so you could play like unironically, Engage might still be a good card in a format, even when you can't add it back. Like, unironically, cards like Engage are not unplayable just because there's no link monsters. Like, you could still play Engage Widow Anchor or something with a lot of spells with Pot of Greed. What's Graceful at? Graceful Charity is 40 points, so you cannot play 3 Gracefuls, but you could play 2 Graceful, 1 Pot of Greed. I think that's very. I think it's very funny to think about these. So, how do we feel about this idea in general? And I want to focus more on the idea and less on the perfect execution of the point list, because I know the point list has flaws. I 100% it's gonna have flaws. You know, there's gonna be some decks that are gonna be better than others. There's gonna be some decks that are some cards that are a little bit costed too high or too low. You know, and as a result, everyone is gonna play them or no one is gonna play them, and so on and so forth. So I think there is obviously room for improvement, but just like as a ground idea, you know, as an alternative way to play Yu-Gi-Oh! How do we feel about this concept? Which, yeah. So I, personally, the way I feel about it is I think it's super interesting. I think it's an awesome concept. I think it gets my gears spinning in my head. You know, like, I'm thinking about what can I build? And the coolest part is that I can build a lot of my pet decks in this format, and I can probably make them work in some way, shape or form. You know, like, if I want to play Paleozoic in Yu-Gi-Oh!, my chances for it to work are so much higher in Genesys format, I feel like. You know, like, maybe it's not even good in Genesys format, but the chances for it to be playable are so much higher here, you know, like, because I'm competing with less, you know, I'm competing with lower power stuff, I feel like. You know, like, if I want to play all those decks that have gotten support, those are some of the decks that I want to play. Like, some of my pet decks have gotten support, and I wasn't able to play them in the TCG because they didn't seem good enough. Like, I'm talking Nekroz, I'm talking Dragon Rulers, like, all of those decks where the support came out and they just ended up not good enough. I feel like there's a realistic chance I could play them in this format and have a good time with it, you know? Like, if people have less hand traps, if Droll and Lockbird and Ash Blossom and stuff are not in every single deck because some decks have to make adjustments because of the points, I can play those decks so much easier and stuff like that. So, like, I don't know, is there Nekroz cards on here? There's no Nekroz cards on here. Is Dragon Rulers? Ooh, Dragon Rulers have points. That's mean. Blaster 7 points. Red Ox 7 points. Tempest 7 points. Ah, they're me. Why do they do this? Tidal 7 points. Okay, so all the Dragon Rulers 7 points. So we're talking 84 points for playsets of all the Dragon Rulers. We might not have to play 3 of each though, right? You could play like 2 of each with the baby dragons. Right? You could play 2 of each, which would make it 14 per dragon, so 4 times 14, 56. Fine. The babies are 0. The babies are 0. Vernusylph sounds strong here. I think that's the funniest part here is that everyone looking at this format, depending on what their favorite decks and favorite archetypes and favorite playstyles are, they immediately have an idea on what could be powerful. And I've seen so many different ideas, you know, like I'm thinking like, how can I make Dragon Ruler work? How can I make Nekroz work? How can I make Paleo work? Someone else might be like, oh, this is the time to shine with Fire Kings. Well, this is the time to shine with Vernusylphs. This is the time to shine with Nouvelle. I don't know. I think that's my favorite part about the initial release of this format is like the amount of ideas that people have. Yeah. What about board breakers? I've been wondering because that was another discussion point that I've heard is like, okay, if people are gonna make less powerful end boards because no links, no pendulums, and the point values in general, like isn't like going second and breaking boards. Like, first of all, Tenpai's gotta be on here, right? Oh yeah, Tenpai. Chandra 50 points, Genroku 25 points. Those are the only two? Oh, what about Sangan? Really? Sangan? Ah yeah, okay. Sangan Kaiman 50, Sangan summoning 100. Okay, yeah, okay. So you cannot play if you wanna, I mean yeah, okay. Oh, okay. Tenpai's hit. Okay, good talk. So what about board breakers? Raigeki. Raigeki 7 points. Dark Ruler no more is not on here. Surely Forbidden Droplet. Forbidden Droplet, 10 points. Okay. What about Triple Tactics? Triple Tactics Talents is 93 points. Okay. And Triple Tactics Thrust is 13 points. All right. Talents 93 is pretty big. What else? Change of Heart, 10 points. They've hit some board breakers. They've definitely hit some board. What about Lightning Storm? 40 points. Duster, 33 points. Heavy Storm, 25 points. Okay. Nah, it's not that easy. It's not that easy to make a good board breaker deck. Forbidden Droplet is surprisingly cheap. Forbidden Droplet is cheap. Dark Hole is free. No, Dark Hole is 3 points. So there are some cheap board breakers, but the really high quality ones, like the thing that you notice here is that a lot of the monster breakers are more expensive than the less expensive than the spell destruction, right? So cards like Lightning Storm, Heavy Storm, and Feather Duster mean that maybe this is a place where you can play back row again, right? Maybe this is an environment where actual trap decks can work again. What about Labyrinth? Someone said Labyrinth was hit pretty okay. Big Welcome, 33 points. Lady Labyrinth, 33 points. Welcome Labyrinth, 33 points. Okay, that's pretty big hits on Labyrinth. But I will say, in a slower format, Labyrinth would be an absolute monster. Like, I think let me tell you, from the perspective of someone who played back in the day, Labyrinth outgrinds every single Yu-Gi-Oh deck like before 2020 every single time easily. Yeah. Genuinely, like Labyrinth is a disgustingly powerful resource loop. And it maybe still is, because realistically all you need is one Welcome Labyrinth, because it resets itself every turn and you could still play 6 Furnitures and Ariana to find it. So like all you have to do is find a way to make it work with one Big Welcome or one Lady. But yeah. Trap. What about Trap Trick? Trap Trick is not on here. Okay, good. Good. Trap Dust Shoot is 94 points. Probably good. Totally Awesome. 20 points. Nah. Probably fair. Eldritch is unhit. Yeah. Bahamut is 81. That makes sense, you know? That's another aspect of this entire thing. If you ever wonder why a certain card is 100 points or why why random cards have like a random 1 somewhere, it's because they want certain combinations to not be allowed. So in this example, I'm pretty sure the reason why Bahamut Shark is 81 and by Bahamut Shark 81 and Toad 20 means that 101 together means they can both be played, but they just cannot be used together. Right? You can just not use Bahamut Shark to summon Totally Awesome in this format unless you play with a different point cap, which that's another aspect of this format that I feel like if this format catches on, this is going to be a very interesting thing to do every once in a while, is to play a tournament with a different cap. You know, what happens if we play 200 points? What happens if we play 500 points? You know, of course, crazy shit is going to happen, but that's okay because, you know, it's not the standard way to play it, but like it's an interesting decision to be made, right? Like you can play a very low power, like this gives you a framework to also play maybe a very low power version of Yu-Gi-Oh! Where you just say, okay, 0 points. 0 points. Basically no hand traps, except for the very fair ones, or like the super low power ones. But all of the broken shit is literally not allowed in that format, you know? Like that could be very fun. You know, build a 0-point deck, and you know, you're not gonna get hand trapped, but you also can't make any crazy boards probably. I mean, there's probably gonna be some decks that have really good like boards still, but you know, it's an interesting thought experiment, is what's gonna happen if you put 0 points. What are you gonna do if you put 200? You know, on 200 points, are people gonna start playing the 100-point floodgates, or are people just gonna put more generic staples into their decks? You know, are people gonna start adding more copies of hand traps, or are people gonna start adding Pot of Greed? Like a lot of interesting stuff. That's the thing, because some of these decks, unironically, like a Ryziel deck, still suffers from this even at 200 points. Even at 200 points, you cannot play full power Ryziel. You can play more Ryziel cards, but you still can't play all of them, and you still can't play any of the staples if you play Ryziel in 200-point format. So I think that's a very interesting aspect that gets overlooked a little bit. Like when this becomes a thing at locals, I could 100% see like, oh, next week, like you talk with the people at locals, and you're like, let's do 200 points next week. Let's see what happens, and that could be fun. And then everyone goes home and tinkers a little bit with 200 points instead of 100 points. And then one week you say, let's play 0 points, and everyone has to bring like super low power decks where there's not a single one of these cards is in there. You know, I like it in theory. I like it, and one of the most interesting points about this, let me see where they wrote it. I think here. The public events for Genesys are actually quite decent, I would say, compared to other public events that are being run. So in the beginning, you're obviously going to have this format if people are interested in it at locals, which I haven't checked with my local game stores yet, but I'm hoping that there's going to be enough people interested to play some Genesys at locals in the upcoming weeks. I'm hoping that I'm going to have the opportunity to play this at locals and also like record some footage for it. That would be ideal for me. But besides that, there's going to be Genesys invitationals, and there's eventually also going to be a YCS for it. So Genesys invitationals work the following way. At a YCS where the main event is regular TCG, regular TCG at the YCS, but if you don't want to participate in the YCS, you can do the following thing. You have 16-player tournaments on the Saturday, where the first and second place finishers in each of those get to play in the main invitational held on Sunday of that event. We've dug into the vault for some special prizes to hand out, like original 2009 Shonen Jump Championship Dark End Dragon prize cards, plus giant cards like a super-sized Pot of Greed. So those are going to be the prizes for like the Invitational on Sunday, but I believe somewhere it also said that even the 16-player tournaments are going to have pretty solid pricing on the Saturday. I forgot where, but I saw a post on Twitter that you can like pick any Starlight from the previous sets if you win one of these 16-player mini tournaments, which is pretty good. You know, that's not bad for a 16-player Genesis tournament. Picking any Starlight from previous sets, and then also getting to play on Sunday for a Shonen Jump Championship Dark End Dragon, that's a good price. Like, just for the format, like out of the gate, that's an incentive to play this format. That is an incentive that might even be enough incentive for people to travel to a normal YCS just to play Genesis, right? That's genuinely not bad. Yeah, that's nice. And then the first North American full-on Genesis YCS, where the main event itself will be Genesis format, is coming in 2026. This is awesome news. And dude, this might actually get me to America. If Genesis format takes off and I'm interested in it, and the first YCS is in the US, I might go. And I usually don't go to the US very often, but this might be a reason for me to go. But I think this is bigger news in the grand scheme of things, because it confirms that they care about this format, right? It confirms that they are willing to commit to Genesis format. It's not like, oh, here's Genesis format, play it at locals and that's it. No, we're getting an actual YCS for Genesis format, and I assume if that one is successful, we're going to get more, and we might also get it in Europe. So I could really see the future being like every year we have like one Genesis format YCS in the US and one in the EU or something like that. And that could, if the format takes off, that could be really, really awesome. So yeah. There's another article for pricing. Where did that, let me see. Is it where and when to play Genesis? This is the one, yes. Each Genesis Invitational will have qualifiers on Saturday and finals on Sunday. All day long on Saturday, we'll be running 16-player single elimination flights with a 100-point deck building cap. First and second plates in each flight get an exclusive new stitched game mat that uses the old retro dueling field before Pendulum and extra monster zones were added. First and second place in each flight get a spot to the Invitational. First place in each flight gets a card of their choice from the Starlight selection. We're bringing along a briefcase of Starlight rares plucked from prior booster sets. So it might not have every single Starlight rare in there, but like you're gonna have, you can choose from a bunch of Starlights. First and second place qualify, and you also get a playmat for the thing. And then on Sunday, first place gets an authentic 2009 ultra rare Shonen Jump Championship prize card Dark End Dragon, not a reprint, not a replica, an actual prize card that's been sitting in the vault for 16 years. First place also gets a Pot of Greed super rare giant card. Second through fourth place each get a super rare oversized card, additional prizes for top 8 and top 16. This is genuinely really good pricing for public events. Like that is genuinely, that might be the best public event pricing they have out of the ones that, like, maybe not as good as when they did the uncut sheets. I don't know if they do the uncut sheets in America anymore, but it is very good pricing for what is a public event at a regular YCS, basically. So yeah, I have no idea how much a Dark End Dragon is, and honestly, knowing I don't know the collector's market super well, but of course the fact that they are releasing essentially more Dark End Dragons now might also mean that Dark End Dragon goes down a little bit, because there's now going to be more in rotation. But I don't think it's going to be that much, because it's one Dark End per YCS, right? Like if they run this at every YCS, there's going to be like a couple of extra Dark Ends in rotation. I don't know how much that's going to impact the price of Dark End Dragon. Either way, it's going to be a very good price. Yeah, so that's cool. We need a Yu-Gi-Oh! Is safe video. So here's the thing, right? While I do think Genesys, like all of this is super nice and interesting, I personally don't think, or like some people are saying like, oh, this is gonna be bad for the actual TCG because it's gonna take players away from the TCG. Which I personally don't feel about it this way, and I for myself can only say I'm still gonna play regular Yu-Gi-Oh! Like I still love the TCG. I am going to play the TCG, and I think a lot of people that currently enjoy the TCG are not gonna stop playing the TCG because Genesys comes out. I personally feel like Genesys to me feels much more. It feels like two things to me. The first thing is it feels like for everyone who's playing Yu-Gi-Oh! Already, it gives you another way to play, right? Like it gives you like if you don't like the current format, or if you haven't had a chance to play your pet deck in a long time, or you just feel like playing a lower power format instead for a change, you can play Genesys. Which, okay, you know, if there's going to be some people that are choosing to enter the Genesys Invitational over the actual YCS, you could say like, okay, it maybe takes away a couple of people from the YCS main event, but ultimately those are still Yu-Gi-Oh players. You know, like if the main YCS has like 200 players less, but then the Genesys Invitationals have like 200 players more, we didn't really lose anything. You know, the YCS is still big enough, the YCS is still competition, and it's still going to be fine. The second thing about Genesys is that I feel like this is going to bring so many other people back into the game. You know, this feels like the place to start playing Yu-Gi-Oh! If you've played back in the day. If you didn't like the power creep in Yu-Gi-Oh! If you stopped playing because you didn't like Pendulum, if you stopped playing because you didn't like Links, if you never actually started playing because it looked too complicated when people started link summoning left and right, and people started explaining the pendulum mechanic to you and you didn't understand anything, you know, like this is going to be a way back into Yu-Gi-Oh! And those people might just play Genesys forever, but they might also, after they've understood what's going on in Genesys, the hurdle to get into into like the TCG, like the classic, you know, advanced format is going to be smaller. You know, like you play Genesys for a couple of months, and then maybe you ask yourself like, hey, what is the regular Yu-Gi-Oh! Like? You know, like what happens now if we add link monsters to the mix? But you are able to learn it like step by step, basically. And so there might be people who start playing again or start playing for the first time with Yu-Gi-Oh! Genesys that will eventually also play regular Yu-Gi-Oh!, you know? And that's also awesome, right? So I don't feel that this is impacting, or it shouldn't be impacting the success of regular Yu-Gi-Oh! As much, because I do think there's still a lot of things that are nice about modern Yu-Gi-Oh! That Genesys is not going to have. Like the complexity for modern Yu-Gi-Oh!, let's be clear, the complexity for modern Yu-Gi-Oh! is not a negative for everybody. It is a negative for it's a negative for people that are starting to play, and it's a negative for some people that don't like how games are being played nowadays. But for a lot of people that are into modern Yu-Gi-Oh!, the complexity is one of the things that makes it so rewarding. So modern Yu-Gi-Oh! Does not lose all of its appeal. Like some people like to play an incredibly hard and difficult and high power game. You know, that is something that people do enjoy. That is something that I also enjoy, right? But I can definitely see how it's difficult for new players to get into all of that in the beginning. It's like I don't even know if I could do it. If I had no idea how to play Yu-Gi-Oh! And I became interested now, I don't know if I could handle all of the info that you have to take in when you start playing the TCG, right? And so I would probably also recommend to people to start learning Yu-Gi-Oh! With Genesys format. That sounds like a good idea to me, to tell someone, hey, play Genesys format first to learn how the game fundamentally works, because it's not going to be as crazy, you know. It's still not going to be super easy, don't get me wrong. Yu-Gi-Oh! Still has a massive card pool and so on and so forth, but there's definitely going to be less complexity in Genesys format just by the nature of less summoning mechanics, especially Link being so like overly present in modern Yu-Gi-Oh, right? Like so yeah, you're still gonna have to learn how synchros work, you're gonna have to learn how exceeds work and all that, and you're gonna have to learn how fusion works, but I feel like that's more manageable, right? You can go step by step. But yeah, I think it's an overall net positive, because I think the more people that are interested in Yu-Gi-Oh, the better, and I definitely think this is going to make a lot of people interested in Yu-Gi-Oh again, similar to something that Time Wizard did. Because let me tell you, there's a lot of people who still want to play Yu-Gi-Oh who just don't want to play modern Yu-Gi-Oh because it's too hard to keep up with, too hard to get back into, or something like that. But Time Wizard has also gotten a lot of people back. Will Lynx ever be in Genesys since they removed the extra monster zone? I don't know if there's an official statement on there will never be Link monsters. I think for now, they definitely won't be in the foreseeable future. Yeah. Time Wizard having a static card pool is just too good. I see the advantages of that. You know, like once you are into a Time Wizard format, you can basically play your deck there forever. You don't have to get new cards. You don't have to like ever really. I mean, of course, there's always development in Time Wizard formats too. But like, you know, it has its advantages, but it also, I feel like it does get stale like after a while. That's how I feel about it sometimes. Edison format is like a little bit of an outlier because there is a lot of experimentation still in Edison format, but even then, you know, I think Genesys just gives me more. I feel like Genesys is more interesting than Time Wizard to play for a very long period of time. Is it possible the new rule comes to Master Duel? I don't know, but I would not expect it because from all I know, I think Master Duel is a completely separate entity. If this takes off like crazy in the TCG and these tournaments get really, really big and they see that there's a lot of traction for Genesys format, I think it's not impossible, but I would not count on it. I would not count on it. The OCG doesn't even have this. I mean, from all I know, this is a TCG thing. I don't think the OCG has this at the moment. I don't think it's impossible that they just do this. I mean, they could just use the same list and play the same decks, basically, right? Because this could be a way to unify a format between TCG and OCG, right? Like, I think the regular TCG and OCG are probably never going to be unified with the ban list and the different release schedules, but this could be something that that OCG players see and just also use, but I don't know. Would this lead to a new category at the World Championship? I feel like at this point you're asking questions that are way in the future. My opinion is that isn't impossible, but if anything, that would take a long time. Because what would need to happen for Genesys to be a format at the World Championship, it would first of all, it would have to be super successful in the TCG. Then OCG would have to look at it, and basically they would have to copy it, and then OCG players would have to play it, and they would have to like it. And then eventually they would have to make the decision that, like, okay, if this format is so big, we're going to have to add it to the World Championship. But adding something to the World Championship is not that simple because you need a qualifying process as well, right? Like, at the moment, Genesys, it's looking like Genesys is getting a lot of attention from Konami's side, but ultimately, it's still, so far, is a public event at YCSs, and then it's going to have one of its own YCS, right? That's announced. That still doesn't give you like the framework to qualify people to the World Championship, right? Like, because you can't qualify people to a World Championship from like 16-man invitationals. But I guess if it's really successful, then I could see that, but that is very, very, I feel like that's very far away. at this point. But I don't think it's impossible. I don't think it's impossible that if this genuinely becomes a way for people, if this becomes a mainstay and this becomes a super popular format that people actively play, and maybe it puts up numbers, like if the Genesys YCS puts up the same numbers than a regular YCS, then I don't see a reason why it wouldn't become a staple format in Yu-Gi-Oh. But that is that is conditional, you know, like that is conditional. The Genesys YCS is a few months down the line, and it's going to depend, you know, at the moment the feedback I'm getting from the community, the feedback that I'm getting from you guys right now is that the majority are pretty excited about this. You know, the majority of people are pretty excited to get into Genesys format, but then there's still a couple of questions that are open, you know, like how well is this point list going to be updated? This is definitely something that you can either handle very well or you can mismanage it. This is both of these things are a possibility, you know, like if they're always behind on adjusting the points and they're not doing it properly, then the balancing in Genesys format is going to be off. If they do it well, then Genesys format is going to be awesome. It also depends on how many like, because in theory it appeals to a lot of players, that like new players and older players that are getting back into the game. Doesn't mean that actually rolls over into a lot of new players, you know, like will people actually now take that initial excitement, go out, build decks, buy the cards, go to tournaments? We're gonna have to wait and see. Well, yeah. This is such a simple thing to add to Master Duel to test and see what the community thinks. Yes, and because it's so simple, it probably won't happen. But that's a Master Duel problem. Even just keeping up with new products is another reason people dislike the regular format. For some people, that's true, for sure. But the thing is, like, Genesys format also, in theory, develops a little bit slower than the TCG because there is a chunk of cards that are not going to be relevant for Genesys in a regular set, right? Like all the link monsters, all the archetypes that have links, all the pendulum archetypes, like you can basically ignore when you look at Genesys format, and yeah, so like it's basically, instead of getting 100 card sets or something, Genesys gets more like probably like 70 card sets or something. So it is a little bit less. Do you think the timing they announced this was good? I didn't really think much about it. Like, what's the problem? What was why was it bad timing? I guess in regards to YCS Anaheim, where the first Genesys Invitational is going to happen, right? I guess they could have given people maybe a little bit more time to thingy. It's unlucky it's not at YCS Lille. Yeah, sure. But like, I mean, there's always going to be a YCS somewhere that's going to be close to a release date. We're probably going to have we're going to have it at YCS Bologna, I think, which is also soon-ish, you know. And also, I think it's fine to give this format a little bit of time to develop at locals and stuff like that, you know. I think it would be pretty tough to find a good deck for the YCS Lille weekend. And honestly, I think people might still play it at YCS Lille. If some people actually have their decks built and bring them along, then you can still play it with some people, even if there's not an invitational yet. But yeah, some. I guess for YCS Anaheim, it would have been interesting to see, or it will be interesting to see how popular the Genesys Invitationals are going to be, because it is relatively little time to build a deck, book travel for the YCS if you weren't planning on going, right? Like, are you going to go now with only 1.5 weeks, basically? We'll have to see. But I can definitely imagine the Invitationals being pretty successful at Anaheim. It's definitely something we're going to be taking a look. I can guarantee you, when we watch Party YCS Anaheim together, they are going to do Genesys format on stream. Like with how much they they seem to care about this format. I can guarantee you we're going to get some Genesys format on stream for YCS Anaheim. Like, I would be shocked if that wasn't the case. So, yeah. There is no way to prevent people from posting decks and net decking, killing the creativity all over again. That I don't think that's a problem. We also, you might just not be a fan of the internet, which, yeah. Rivalry of the Warlords feature matches at NAWCQ were basically Genesys features. They were basically Genesys features, but I will say I think people are gonna come up with better and cooler decks than the Rivalry of the Warlord decks. I think Rivalry of the Warlords is not really comparable to Genesys format, even though those decks were legal to like those were Genesys legal decks. But I'm gonna be honest with you, I think it's the appeal to Rivalry of the Warlords format to me was gonna be a different one. Like, I think Rivalry of the Warlords is still a cool concept because I like the idea of basically playing in a tournament with a loner deck, right? Where you basically just get a random deck with like a sheet of paper that tells you here's how this deck works. Now play it. I think that concept is interesting, but I think like Genesys format, the key about Genesys format is building your own decks. Is doing all the work and figuring out all the points yourself. I think that those are different. Appeals to me. But yeah, in theory, the power level of the Rivalry of the Warlords decks is, I think, what they're aiming for with this format. Is I think a good way to put it. Like whether those decks were constructed optimally or whether those decks are actually going to be meta in Genesys, I think is questionable. I think people are going to find better decks because you can never replace the hive mind of all of the Yu-Gi-Oh players. Like I'm sure they've playtested this format for a long time. I'm sure they have they have their people playtesting certain decks and trying to make sure everything's balanced and stuff like that. You can never replace. Like, I can guarantee you, since they've announced Genesys format, there's probably already there have been more games that have been played than they did in those 2 years of testing, because the Yu-Gi-Oh community just like exploded and all tried different Genesys decks. You know, like they probably already found stuff that they overlooked and stuff like that, which is why it was from the beginning, it was already impossible that the first point list was going to be perfectly balanced, because they simply do not have the resources to play test the format as much as the freaking as the community will, the work the community will put in, right? Lunalight is unhit basically. Oh yeah, that's a good point. That is also an oversight, I believe. So Lunalight has no card on this list, which I think is crazy, because the Lunalight Towers is going to be massive, right? You don't have the pendulums, now that you say that. You don't have the pendulums, which might be a problem, and Tenki's at 40 points. So unhit is not actually true, right? Like Lunalight Tiger and Lunalight Wolf are basically banned. So that is less ways to combo with Lunalight for sure. But it might still be able to do like a very consistent Liger Dancer, possibly, right? Like I think it's possible with Lunalight Masquerade and stuff like that to still make a very good Fractal is unhit, so I could see a world where Lunalight plays like one Tenki to search it with Tiger King, and then still makes a Liger Dancer, right? Fire King 120 points without Ash. Is Fire King on here? There's no... Oh, I misspelled it. Fire King... Ah! Olkinix 40 points. No, Olkinix 20 points. Kirin 10 points. Onyx 10 points. Okay, so 3 Olkinix, 3 Kirin is 90 points, and then 3 Ponix is 120 points. Okay, so it does have hits. It does have hits. Does Snake Eye have hits? Bonfire is hit. I know that. Bonfire is at 33 points. Snake Eye, Poplar. Poplar is 5 points. Ash is 5 points. And Original is 100. Which is, I mean, yes, Snake Eye has hit. Snake Eye definitely has hits. And there's no link monsters, which is like the most powerful thing about Snake Eyes was all the generic links it did. Nekroz looks tight. So now we're getting into something. Now we're getting into something that I want to do for this weekend in YCS Lil. I want to build a Genesys deck to bring along, and I think I should have all the cards for a Nekroz deck. Actually, dude, I ordered the new Nekroz cards from Battles of Legends, but I don't think they've arrived yet. One of the first decks I want to build is Nekroz. So I want to talk about that a little bit. So Nekroz has literally all of it is 0 points. Not a single Nekroz card has any points, as you can see here. Surely we can make a Nekroz deck work. I don't know if Nekroz wants to go first or second in this format, but surely we can make Nekroz. Jin is 100 points, so we're not gonna play Jin. I think I would rather play like regular. What about Preparation of Rites? Pre-prep is 10 points. Preparation of Rites is 5 points. We can manage that. We can manage Preparation of Rites at 5 points. One of the biggest deals for Nekroz, unfortunately, is this one. Arclight is 50 points. And that's a little rough. That is a little bit rough. Yeah. Arclight being 50 points is a problem. We can play one. If we play one Arclight and 3 Preparation of Rites, we're already on 65 points, but that is possible. Yeah, pre-prep doesn't matter for us. What about Nadir Servant? Nadir Servant is 33 points. That's not gonna work. I've never played before the half deck hand trap decks. What do you do with no Imperm Ash Nibiru? I guess that's gonna depend on the format a little bit. I don't know the answer to that. I don't know how high power level these decks are going to be, and whether you're gonna have to play those Ash Blossoms or otherwise you're lost. We'll have to see. So yeah. Someone asked for the deck builder. There is a I'll link you this website where you get some of the links. You know, you can look at the cards here on this page, and then you have yeah. You can see all cards with a point value on the card list page. You can build your own Genesys decks on the My Deck List page. So yeah. Have you seen the K9 Vanquish Soul deck in Genesys? Yeah, I've seen that you can play Vanquish Soul and K9. I have seen that. But that's not what I want to do. So I want to add 3 avance. The other new one is called Emilia, right? Emilia, Dance Princess of the Nekroz is the other new one, right? We're gonna play 2 Nekroz Cycle. Yeah, this deck builder is not great. Oh, image results. Oh, that's better. Emilia, Avance. We're gonna have Divine Mirror. Do you think you play 3 Divine Mirror in Nekroz? Kaleidoscope. Ooh. Guys, you don't have to tell me about all these third-party websites that have a way to build Genesys decks. I know they do. I don't think you're going to play 9 ritual spells. I think 9 ritual spells is too much. I'm just going to throw cards in for now. Nekroz of Brionac. Probably going to be 2 Colossalus like back in the day. You can add all of the 3 of us at once. Oh, okay. That makes it faster. So if I click Nekroz of Metaltron and so... Ah, okay. Right. Nekroz of Metaltron. Is Nekroz of Metaltron a 3 of? I kind of like it. I guess the other question I have is, should I go first with Nekroz? Oh, 0. It's a pendulum. It's illegal. Oh, that's so sad. Oh, dude, I'm pissed. Okay. Damn it. Why is it a pendulum? 3 unicorn. Do you still play Nekroz of Valkyris? Please say yes. Please say yes. Why is it there? What happens if I do add it? Maybe it's legal because it's a ritual and a pendulum. I can add it. You can still use it, but without a pendulum effect. Is that how it worked? No. There's no way, right? What about Lunalight Tiger? Wait. This okay. But if I can use, here's the thing, it doesn't make sense, right? Because if I can use Nekroz of Metaltron, but just as the ritual, why should I not be able to use Lunalight Tiger, but like just as the monster? You know what I mean? There's no way that's right. It might just be an oversight. Right? Because theoretically you could also use Lunalight Tiger as a... I'll take it out. I think it's fair to assume that you can't use it. Check other pendulum rituals. Oh yeah, we could. What's the yugioh called? Yugioh. This deck builder is slow. Probably because the whole stream is using it right now. Even if that was the case, that wouldn't be a great excuse. Wait, it's here. Mistva is here. You can play yugioh Mistva, apparently, according to this. This is definitely something that needs clarification. If we can actually play pendulum, it's probably not meant to be that way. It's probably not meant to be that way. Yeah, it might just be a bug related to ritual pendulums, I would assume. Show me the Nekrozes. Hello. Okay. Check Nirvana High Paladin. Oh, dude, okay. Nirvana High Paladin is an extra deck pendulum, right? Is what you're referring to? That's in there. That's in there. Okay. I mean, okay, we will have to wait for official clarification. I would assume that it's not legal, but I don't know. Guys, no matter how many cards we check now, it's not going to change anything. We're still going to have to clarify if it's intentional or not. Like, if you can think now, next thing you're going to tell me to check a fusion pendulum, but that wouldn't change anything. Like, yes, the fusion pendulum is probably in there, but like, they need to integrate this better into Neuron, I think. This is the thing. Like, they definitely need to. This should all be in Neuron somehow, right? Because I can't even read these cards here. Like, I can't even read what it does if I want to remember what it did. So, like, yeah. The Nekroz Divine Mirror. During the main phase, ritual summon a Nekroz ritual monster from your hand or banishment by tributing monsters from your hand field and or sending Nekroz monsters from your extra deck to the grave, whose level equal or exceed this level. During your main phase, you can banish this card and one Nekroz monster from your grave, add a Nekroz spell from your deck to your hand. So I think this card could give you a reason to go first with Nekroz because you can summon Trishula on the opponent's turn, which I think is a very strong interruption in a lower power deck format. Yeah. Use the white, dude. If one of you, I swear to God, I'm gonna crash out if one of you tells me to use DB or yugioh Pro once more. I know those exist. I can't use them because I'm working with Konami sometimes. It is not something I can do. Jesus Christ. They don't like the third-party simulators, y'all. And I like doing Challenger Cups. So I can't do it. I think Nekroz Divine Mirror is a genuine reason to play to go first with Nekroz. Because what we could do is we could just summon Nekroz of Unicorn, maybe a nice maybe a nice rank 4. And then just summon a Trishula on the opponent's turn, and depending how the power level is in the format, might be okay. Is there a deck builder in Neuron? My deck. Oh Jesus. My deck. Add a deck. Dude, please register. Okay. Edit. How does this work? Total main deck. Yeah. How do I add a card? Edit. Okay. So... okay. Well, that's definitely easier. Okay, so we're gonna play 3 million. I still can't look at the cards while I'm building my deck. But this is faster than building it in the other site, so I'll take it. We'll just have to calculate our points. But yeah, okay. So in terms of points, we're gonna have a Herald of the Arclight. That's 50 points. And we're probably gonna play 3 Preparation of Rites. So that's gonna put us to 65 points. We have 35 points open. Can we do something broken with 35 points, or are we just gonna play like some hand traps or whatever? Like, I think one way to do it is like you could blind second and then play like 3 Fuvas. That's 21 points. That wouldn't be bad. We look at the points list. Let me see if there's something I need. Three Nadir would be 30. No, wasn't Nadir serving 33 points? Yeah, Nadir is 33 points. We can play 1, but that's not worth it, I think. 30. What about the hand traps? 35 points. 35 points means we could play 3 effect veilers if I wanted to. I'm not sure if I do though. 3 Nibirus. Not sure if I want that. I don't want to play Shifter in this deck for sure. Lavalval Chain. Lavalval Chain is 80 points. We cannot afford that. We cannot afford Lavalval Chain. I guess I've sorted this list by points now, so the only cards we can afford at this point are starting with Albion the Sanctifier Dragon at 33. So we can play any of these cards. Bonfire, Branded Explosion. We need none of those. Any cool band card at 10? We could play 3. We could play 3 Mirage of Nightmare. I don't think we want that in Nekroz, but just as an example, we can play Feather Duster. Nadir Servant. We can't play Max C. We don't have the points for that. We could play a Pot of Greed, but just 1. We can play a Called by the Grave. Not worth it. Pot of Desires is at 20. Monster Reborn. Ash at 15. Imperm at 15. Thrust at 13. One Day of Peace at 11. Crossout. Crossout doesn't really make sense. Evenly matched. Forbidden Droplet. We could play a playset of Forbidden Droplet. Because that card works going first and going second. Extrav is 0. Extrav is 0. We could play Pot of Extravagance, but then we only have 1 Herald of the Arclight. Right? We only have 1 Herald of the... Is Elder Entity Entis on here? Oh, it costs 7 points. Because I'm thinking like Elder Entity Entis would be pretty nice for... It would be pretty nice for... To ritual summon the... what's it called? To ritual summon the... Unicorn sometimes going second. Okay, hear me out. Hear me out. We do the following thing, alright? We play 2 copies of Forbidden Droplet, which is 20 points. We play Pot of Extravagance. Pot of Extravagance at 3 copies, which is apparently 0 points. Let me just double check. Yes, Extravagance is not on the list. So we play 3 Pot of Extravagance, and we simply do not banish. We do not banish our Herald of the Arclight, but if we do, we played 2 Elder Entity Entis, which is 14 points. So this now is 99 points, right? If I'm not mistaken. We have 50 points for Arclight, 14 for the Entis, that's 64. 3 pre-preps is 15, so that is 79, and then 2 droplets is 20, so that's 99. So what we can do now, in theory, is we can play a card that's worth 1 point, if any of these are good. If any of this makes sense, we can play a card that costs 1. I'm just checking. I think there's just a bunch of goofy stuff at 1. Yeah, we need none of those. Yeah, just nothing too crazy. Yeah. Okay. Ava doesn't really make sense in Nekroz, right? Daigusto Emerald. Daigusto Emerald is not a bad card in Nekroz. We can make rank 4s for recycling. You know what? I'm gonna use the 1 point on Daigusto Emerald. It's not a bad call, actually. Daigusto Emerald. I like that. Okay. So we have 100 points now in the Nekroz deck, by the virtue of 3 Preparation of Rites, 2 Forbidden Droplet, 1 Herald of the Arclight, 2 Elder Entity Entis, and 1 Daigusto Emerald is exactly 100 points. And now we work from here. Right? Cool. I like that. It's not a bad start. Okay, so the question is, in general, I mean, we're gonna play 3 Nekroz of Brionac. That's a given. We're gonna play 3 Nekroz of Unicorn. Now I haven't really looked into the combos with the new new Nekroz monsters. So like this thing says, when this card is normal summoned, you can special a Nekroz from your deck except Avance. If this card is distributed by card effect, you can add any number of banished Nekroz cards with different names to your hand. You can only use this effect once per duel. So the goal, I think the goal with this card is to not use its effect on the first turn. So you can like use it on the second turn to reload like crazy. Right? But when this card is normal summon, special a Nekroz monster from your deck. So what you're going to special summon is usually this, right? You're usually going to go special summon this. And this card says, if this card is normal or special summon, you can add a Nekroz ritual or Nekroz spell from your hand. So essentially, this guy, normal summon, special summon, add, and then you can make a rank 4. What is a good rank 4 to make in Nekroz these days? Is there a good rank 4 that we can make to get like to a combo or something? Exiton Knight. Is Exiton Knight free? Exiton Knight is free. That's a decent option. I'm just going to select... We're going to have to play some of these in multiples because we play Pot of Extravagance. But yeah. Nyarla to attach Arclight. Ooh, wait. Wait. Nyarla. When this card is Xyz summoned, you can discard any number of cards. Once per turn, while this card has Xyz material, target a monster in your grave. Detach all from this material card. If you do, attach that target when this... Okay, that's a cool idea if it's 0 points. Ooh, nice. Okay. However, here's my question. If I attach a Herald of the Arclight to my Nyarla, because there's no link monsters, how do I get my Arclight search? How do I put it into the graveyard? Like, yes, I contributed for Valkyris. I contributed for Valkyris, but I can't really, you know, I can't combo in that moment, right? But it's an idea. It's 0 points. I'll put it there. Other suggestions for rank 4 monsters that we can summon with our 2 Nekroz monsters? Let me go ahead. Level rank 4 XYZ. Search. Eh? XYZ. And oh, excluded. What? Excluded? What does it say excluded? So do I have to click everything but exceeds? Who designed this search engine? Oh, card type exceed. Ah, okay, never mind. Okay. What's a good rank for? We can make Battling Boxer King Dempsey to add a level 4 lower fire warrior. I don't know if that has any synergy with Nekroz, but in theory, Dempsey is 0 points. What else do we have? Tsukuyomi, I don't think they're lights. They're probably waters. Yep. Garen Gorgon, Castel. You Code Igniter. If this card is Xyz summoned, you can detach one material from this card, ritual summon a ritual monster from your hand. That could be okay. That could be a way to ritual summon at least. Maybe a Code Igniter. I'm sure that card doesn't have any points. An option. Zodiac. They probably put some Zodiacs on here, right? Rad Pier. Let me sort by name. Oh yeah, okay. No Zodiacs for us. No Zodiacs for us. Wait, why am I on page 20? Oh, I clicked the wrong button. I'm actually this site is killing me. We already have Emerald. We can play some options for going second, like removal stuff. Doomsy Deactress. Probably doesn't make sense. Eclipse Twins. Wait, is Niarla? Is Eclipse Twins on here? Eclipse Twins is not on here. So... Okay, Twins is free. We already have Exciton. Gallant Granite is 33 points? Okay, well, no Gallant Granite for us. Never mind. I wasn't interested in it anyways. I didn't want it. I didn't want it. Exosister Asophiel is nice. I know there's a lot of good options for going second. I'm just wondering, like, is there a combo I can do on turn 1? Like, can this guy be a 1-card combo for Nekroz? Because, like, I can go normal summon this, special summon this, get 1 search. But where do I, like, I mean, of course, maybe Nekroz doesn't need 1-card combos in this format because I can play a lot of engine anyways. I mean, Nekroz never really was a 1-card combo deck. He's a 1-card combo to get 1 monster negates. Are you saying Giant Hand? What about King of the Feral Imps? That's on here. Is the Miracle Raven stuff not good? Miracle Raven is also a pendulum monster, isn't it? Okay, we definitely can't play the Volleyball Chain, I know that. So what is the best level 4 end board piece that there is generic? Is it Giant Hand? Is Giant Hand the best level rank 4 end board piece that you can make still? Tornado Dragon is not on here. Dugares is not on here. Okay, yeah, Dugares is just the answer, right? Like, I'm just making Dugares draw 2, discard 1. Yeah. It's definitely Dugares. I did not expect Dugares to be 0 points, but okay. Dugares is an option. Redoer, Stealth Kraken, Giant Hand are all good options. Giant Hand. Kraken, what is Kraken again? Kraken is like it's like a pop basically, right? Because it turns everything to water and then you can destroy a water monster. Yeah, okay. It's not a bad option. Once again, we're gonna play some of these in multiples because we play extras, so like yeah, but I'm just collecting options. Okay. The extra deck sounds oh right, I forgot. Oh dude, we probably have very little space for different exceeds because we need like synchros for the kaleidoscope. So we need to play multiples because we play extra. So we need to play like like multiple level 12, level 11, level 10 synchro. So we might not have room for thingies. Luluva Lilith. So Luluva Lilith is a way to summon. Oh, I need to clear my filters. Once per turn, if a card leaves the extra deck, you can make all monsters gain 500, then you can negate. During the end phase, if this is in the grave because it was sent there this turn, you can special a light spellcaster from your hand or deck whose attack equals its own defense. Is there an interesting target for this? Is there an interesting spellcaster that we can summon that has synergy with Nekroz? Ecclesia? What does Ecclesia do for me? Iris Sword Soul? During the main phase, if a monster whose effects are negated is on the field, you can special discard from your hand. If your opponent special summons a monster, you can activate one of these effects. Special a monster from your hand, deck, draw 2 cards, extra deck, destroy one of those monsters. In theory, I can make this card live really easily, right? Because Nekroz of Unicorn is like skill drain for extra deck monsters. Oh, Nekroz of Unicorn. Negate the effect. Yeah, okay. So if I have a rank 4 and then I have Unicorn, I can just special summon the Sword Soul, the Iris Sword Soul. So if we have, let me just check. It's probably 0. Iris Sword Soul, Luluva Lilith. Yeah, they're all 0. So in theory, we could do something funny where we play Luluva Lilith in the extra deck as the level 12 target for Nekroz Kaleidoscope, and then we play 1 Iris Sword Soul. Which if we draw it, we can either just tribute it for Valkyris, or we can just summon it from hand. It's not the worst. Lulu specials it, so it's already... Yeah, I know. I was just thinking, like, what happens if I draw it? Can I make it live without having to send Lulu the Lilith? So, yeah. Okay, so far I've only put Brionek and Unicorn. We're definitely going to play Nekroz of Trishula. We're going to try to set that up every time. So 1 or 2 copies. We could play 2 to stop targeting negation. I think if people actually end up playing Veiler and Imperm in this format, then Nekroz of Trishula is pretty good to stop Veiler and Imperm on one of our starters, right? Nekroz of Colossalus. 2 copies. I'm going to start with 2 copies of Nekroz of Valkyrus. We're going to play Nekroz Divine Mirror. It is highly searchable, so maybe it's just... Maybe we play less copies of the ritual spell. Of the ritual spells. Nekroz Kaleidoscope could be a 2 of, because it's a good one to start with, and then we play 1 Nekroz Mirror. That way, we play a total of 6 ritual spells, which is what was normal back in the day. Maybe this is fine, because we can add them back. Yeah. We probably play Shurit in some capacity. So we're already on 34 cards here. Is there other generic ritual support we could play? We could play Manju, but we already have 6 normal summons. So I'm not sure. I'm not sure if it's worth. Nekroz of... Okay, hold up. Nekroz. I don't want to play incantations. I hate those cards. I know they're better than I think they are, but I don't like those. I'm low-key down to play Exile and Sorcerer again. That was one of my favorite combos in Nekroz. So Nekroz of Ariad Bair. You can ritual summon this card with any Nekroz ritual spell, must be ritual summon using monsters, and you cannot use level 10 monsters. You can only use each of the following effects once per turn. You can discard this card, tribute up to 2 Nekroz monsters from your hand and or field, and if you do, send that many Nekroz cards from your deck to the graveyard. When a monster effect is activated, quick effect, you can tribute a monster from your hand or field, negate the activation, and if you do, banish that card. When a monster effect is activated, tribute a monster from your hand or field, negate the activation, and if you do, banish that card. That's pretty good. That's a good endboard piece. As a starter, it's like kind of shaky because you need good tributes for it, which we could play cards that are good when they're tributed. We can try and mess around with some new stuff. This is new to me because I haven't played with this card back in the day, but we can play more of this. We would probably play 3 Shurit then if we play Ariad Bair. Is this a dragon? Is Ariad Bair a dragon? By any chance? Where are you? Oh, there. Warrior. Ah, it's a warrior. Okay, so sure it can search it. Currently, we don't play any target for Exa, right? So Exa has no target. Great Sorcerer has targets. Great Sorcerer can search the spellcasters. This combo is so nice. Let me try and fit Exa and Sorcerer. Great Sorcerer. So we're gonna have to play... We're already over 40. We're gonna have to play a Dragon Nekroz, which is probably Nekroz of Cataster. 1. Okay. This is a 42 card deck right now. Cataster or Decisive Armor. I think Cataster is better because Cataster now has very good revive targets on the follow-up turns. Right? Because if this card is normal or special, you can add a Nekroz from your deck to your hand. So like it's really good to like on the second turn just revive this. No Metaltron? That's a pendulum. We can't play that in this format. This is for Genesys. Maybe two Shurret. And one Valk. And then it's 40. Or two Valk and make it 41. Screw it. So, or we just don't do the Iris Source Hole thing, to be honest with you. Like we could, how do I remove a card? What's this? Change artwork. Okay, why is there an empty thing now that I have to move? And then okay, so in the extra deck, for Nekroz of Kaleidoscope, we have level 4s to summon Unicorn. We have level 12 to summon level 4 plus level 8, which is relevant, and level 9 plus level 3. We need level 10 monsters. We don't play any tuners, so what we put here does not matter. Is there any target for a Kaleidoscope at level 10 or 11 that has like a graveyard effect? Did the Fabled Synchro do? I mean, we can check. I want a Synchro 9, 10, 11. And I guess, can we filter by effect text? No. Of course not. I scream if something here has a graveyard effect. I don't think there is anything great, but worth checking. Can we make Chaos Angel? That might be even without a tune. Oh, Chaos Angel probably has points. Yeah, Chaos Angel has points. Jurak Astero? Is Jurak Astero the one that summons Meteor from the extra deck? I guess we could, but like how do we get a second Jurak? Where do we get the second one from? Because you need to banish itself and another thingy, right? How many points do you have left to spend? 0. I'm out of points. I could, in theory, I have 2 Forbidden Droplet in my deck right now that I don't really have to play. I could cut Forbidden Droplet, and so I would gain 20 points. But yeah. Yeah, this is what you're referring to, right? Jurak Astero and Jurak Meteor. During your opponent's turn, you could banish 2 Juraks from your grave, including discard special Jurak Meteor from your extra deck. This is treated as a synchro summon. In theory, if you can resolve like 2 Kaleidoscopes in one game, and both times you send a level 10, you could set this up, but I don't know if that's realistic. Because I think you very, very rarely are going to send like level 10 for Kaleidoscope to begin with. So I don't know. But maybe it's worth playing. But then you'd have to play like 3 of these, right? You'd have to play 2 Astero, 1 Meteor, and then you go, yeah. You could do that though. Don't think anything else here has a graveyard effect. And you have to not banish any with X-Trap, yeah. But it's still like, as an alternative to something that never does anything, it's still better. You know what I mean? You could send smaller Jurak synchros. Is there a Jurak level 9? I don't think there was. No. Because level 8 is pretty hard to send with Kaleidoscope. Like, they have level 7 and level 5. Those are not easy to send. Right? Like a level 7, we would have to summon like what? Unicorn and Arclight, a Unicorn and Clausulus. Which is possible. But it would basically mean we are doing it like, I mean, I guess it's better than playing stuff that never actually has an effect. Like, I don't hate doing Jurak, one Jurak Meteor, one Jurak Astero. Does it have to be a synchro? Oh no, it can be a fusion actually. Good point. And one Jurak Giganoto, right? That way we have 2 level 10s and 1 level 7, which is fine. We don't need 2 level 7s for extra. We're gonna do that very rarely. But it's like, if we ever, let's say on turn 1, we go Extrav, we go Kaleidoscope, send a 10, we send Astero. On the follow-up turn, we can set up a Giganoto in the graveyard to have the wipe. I don't hate that. What about the fossil fusions? Aren't the fossil fusions pretty low level? There's a level 8 here. Yeah, but we would need level 9. Level 9 and upwards is the interesting one. Yeah. Banish this card from your grave. Add a monster from your deck to your hand that mentions Fossil Fusion. Banish this card from your grave. Add a Fossil Fusion from your deck to your hand. Yo, Fossil Fusion Nekroz. Let's go. The good ones are the level 6s, right? Fossil. I remember playing Fossil Skull Wagon because it destroys a spell trap, and Skull Knight because it destroys a monster. Which, can you summon? You could summon Brionek with the Kaleidoscope by sending a level 6, right? Yeah. Wait. Yeah. Is Packbit not worth considering? So the problem with a level 8 synchro in Nekroz, why we used to not play that, is because the level 8 Nekroz, which is Nekroz of Valkyrus, says it must be ritual summoned without using any level 8 monsters. All the high level Nekroz monsters have this clause where you cannot use an actual level, like a monster of the same level to summon them. So you cannot go Kaleidoscope, send a level 8 fusion to summon Valkyrus. That doesn't work. What you can do with Kaleidoscope is you can summon like combinations of you can summon combinations of them with Kaleidoscope, because Kaleidoscope can summon multiple at the same time. So what you can do is you can send a level 12 to summon a Valkyrus and a Unicorn at the same time. But in order to send a level 8 with Kaleidoscope, you would have to summon like 2 Unicorns, which is not something you want to do very often. You can in theory do it, but it doesn't really come up. The level 10 Psychic Fusion. Fusion level 10. Psychic. None of these do anything. The one with the graveyard effects level 11. If this card's in your grave, except the turn it was sent there, you can banish it, special a level 10 Psychic Fusion from your extra deck. This is treated as a fusion summon. Wait, no, this seems good. This seems like a concept. Because, okay, wait, hold up. So what do you summon with this? Accent Kicker Oracle? Or Ultimate Accent Kicker? So this one says, you can only use each effect once per turn. When your opponent would special summon a monster, you can negate the summon, and if you do, banish that monster. That seems decent. This one is, this card cannot be destroyed by card effects. During a battle between this attacking card and a defense position monster, inflict piercing. When this card destroys an opponent's monster by battle, you gain life points equal to the monster. Ah, this one's better. When a card or effect is activated, you can banish a mutant card from hand or grave. Okay. Of the same type. Negate the activation. Oh, you can banish itself. I like this more. I like this more than the thing with the what's it called? With the Jurax. I think that makes more sense. Because in order for this to come up, you only actually have to resolve one Kaleidoscope, right? You can Kaleidoscope for level 11, and then next turn you get a free body. Right? So there was Accent Kicker Oracle, Mutant, Ultimus. We can play one of each because of Extravagance. We're going to have 2 level 10s, and then we played 2 Absolute Accent Kicker. How big is my extra deck? 20. Okay, so I'm going to remove the Jurag. Two level 12s is probably enough. We got some rank 4s that I can move around. We don't have level 9 yet. We do not have level 9. Desiree. But we know we have no other oh, we have Exiton Knight. I guess in theory there could be a world where you have a Light Fiend in is Entis a Light Fiend? Probably not, right? Oh. Oh, it's a fairy. It is a fairy. Wait, what points is Norden at? 91. That's crazy. Niarla? Niarla is an Earth Fiend, not a Light Fiend. 91 to prevent Super Poly, which is at 10. Ah, that makes sense. Okay, I want to play multiple Dugaris, and I want to cut some of these others. I think I'll remove the Code Igniter. The extra is going to be tight because of Extravagance. I feel like Extravagance is too good to pass up on, but maybe we can cut Extravagance down the line somewhere. 17 right now. I'm going to keep Emerald. Exiton seems good. Niarla? I'll keep Niarla. I'll cut Giant Hand. Come on. No, the thing is like with Pot of Extravagance, we cannot use Nekroz of Valkyrus's tribute effect, which I'm not sure how relevant that's going to be. I have to play the deck first to understand. But yeah. Stealth Kraken. If I cut Stealth Kraken, I have no more endboard piece as a rank 4. 2 Dugars is probably fine. 2 Dugars is fine. Now we're on 15 points. The only thing we don't have right now is a level 9. We don't have a level 9 target for Kaleidoscope, but maybe that's okay. I don't know how often I want to summon Brionac plus Clausulus. That seems kind of niche. But okay. Yeah. You can test in Master Duel. They are out. Yeah, I could play this in Master Duel, but then I would be playing against full power Malice. And I would only have one extra. Garura to summon Brionac. Garura does have no points. Garura does have no points. In theory, Garura would be nice. It'd be a lot easier to build this extra deck if I didn't play Extrav. Malong is also free. Yeah, there's some decent options for... Because going second, I think going second, Ultimate Slayer is also a decent option for this deck right now with how the extra deck is looking, because we're playing a lot of stuff with graveyard effects. You know, we have Entis, we have Arclight, we have Garura. We could play like Aggregator. So okay, let's it hurts, but okay, let's play without Extravagance. So we have an easier time constructing the extra deck. In which case we probably play one Entis, one Dugaris, one level 12, one Ultimate Accent Kicker. We can play Malong. We can add back the Giant Hand. And we can play like an Aggregator. And then we can also side deck 3 Ultimate Slayer. Ultimate Slayer at 3 copies. For the side deck, I'm thinking like we can also play DD Crow at 3 copies because it's 0 points just in case. It's good against the deck, right? 7th Tachyon is also free. 7th Tachyon we could use to search the Nekroz normal summons. It could be a consistency piece. We could also play Upstart Goblin. I think that's what I was going to do now. I was just going to play an Upstart Goblin for replacing the extras for now. So I'm worrying about that later. I have no points left. I have no points left. 0. I can play... Is there a deck that... Do you think there's going to be a deck that Cycle Reader is good against? Or Retaliating Sea? Because we could side deck those. Dude, you can play Retaliating Sea with 1 Maxi. That's kind of crazy. If your deck has 50 points spare, 3 Retaliating with Maxi is kind of nasty. If you can do that. Flying Sea? Flying Sea... You know, Flying Sea also becomes a real card again without Link monsters, yeah. Aired Ride, Drill Wasp. What the hell is a Drill Wasp? Not exist. Oh, Vespinado, the rank 5. Is that what you're referring to? Drill Driver Vespinado. Not a bad card, actually. Now it's 16 cards in extra deck. We just cut the mutant. Dark Ruler in the side deck. Dark Ruler is also 0 points, so if there is a deck that does some crazy boards, we could side Dark Ruler no more. Right, at 3 copies. That seems good. We got board breakers in case someone plays some crazy stuff. Is there back row removal that's good? We've got points on all the mass removal, but we could play Twin Twister. Cosmic Cyclone is 0. That's probably not a bad idea to include like a playset in the side deck for just in case. Twin Twisters at 3. Three Cosmics. That way we got a side deck for like back row decks, and we got a side deck for decks that make crazy boards. And we got 3 Nekroz, just vibing. I don't know. Seems okay. Trunade is probably expensive. I would assume Giant Trunade is 40 points. Too expensive. I don't hate it. Don't you have 7 points after? Oh, I do have 7 points because I cut an Entis. I do have 7 points because I cut one Entis. Master Duel Duel Room. Okay, does any of you guys have a Genesys deck built on Master Duel? We genuinely could. I would not mind. 7 points. 7 points. Roll is 7. Book of Moon, roll, effect Veiler. Old Charmy Fuvalos. I'll play a Fuva. I'll play one Fuva somewhere, main or side. Yeah. I think Fuva seems solid. Should we play this in the Duelist Cup, y'all? Do you think we'll have a good time in the Duelist Cup to get our gems? Hold up. I wonder if this can win a single game. I think it's okay in Genesys format. I don't know about. I don't think it can. It's gonna be good in the Duelist Cup. I have not played any of the Duelist Cup, so I'm like at the rank where it puts me. I did want to get the gems because there's a lot of gems from the Duelist Cup that I haven't gotten. It's kind of a shame if I didn't get these. I don't like the current format, but I kind of want these gems. So we'll do that in a second. We'll play a little bit of Duelist Cup. I also wanted to get the Autumn Dueling Field because I kind of like that one. Where is it? This one. Yeah. Okay, hold up. Let me Nekroz. We have... Okay, I don't have these. One mirror. Sorcerer. 2 of this. No Metaltron. 1 cycle. 3 of... Oh, that's an ultra rare? Jesus. Oh yeah, I did dismantle my Nekroz cards when I tried to make my max the royal maxis. Okay. Prep. Where's Valkyrs? Wait, I didn't add everything. Nekroz. I did add Sorcerer. Where's Exa? Exa, Valk, Astor. Droplet. And Upstart. Extra deck. Arclight. Entus. Nyarla. Emerald. Exciton. Ugaris. Dragon. Oh, the new accent kicker isn't out yet. Okay, well, whatever. I'll just play another level 10 or level 11. That's not a problem. Aurora. Malong. Giant Hand. I guess I don't need Aggregator in the main deck. Or in Master Duel because there's no side deck for Ultimate Slayer. I can open a room in a second. Yeah, if you guys have Genesys decks, genuinely, I'm down. For a couple of games. I wanna play the Duelist Cup a little bit to get the gems, but yeah. Give me some royals for Nekroz. That'd be cool. I'm more so worried about being able to get the ultra rares that I'm missing right now. A glossy brio. Let me see. You are dismantle selected cards. Don't need that. Don't need that. Don't know what that is. Ooh, it's looking tough. My ears are dying. Oh, hold up. Yeah, the music is on. Give me a second. My bad. Dismantle all Malice cards. The problem is, I can't dismantle all the Malice cards because I do need to get my refunds when they eventually limit Whitebinder. Wait, how many do I need? 1, 2. Wait, here's sure it. We can cut 1 Trish for the Fuva. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 ultras. 6 ultras is 180. Yeah, the Eagles might have to go, dude. The Eagles might have to go. I want to play Nekroz. What am I supposed to do? What about the Tenpais? Ah. I don't like that deck anyways. Fairy Tail Luna is probably okay to dismantle. That's 7. I need one more. Just one more. Alright, goodbye, Dante. Okay. Extra deck. We need level 10 and 11 synchros or fusions. Anything. This is a level 10. 10, 10, 10. Dude, where's the 11s? Punisher. And one last. Whatever. Punisher has points. Yeah, okay. Star Eater won't. Okay, go to Nekroz deck in Genesys. Any Genesys gamers who have a deck in Master Duel, I'll make a room in a second and we can game a little bit. Okay. Create room. Room IDs in chat. The problem is now I've basically used all my resources to make a Nekroz Genesys deck. I don't know if I can make a Gem Knight deck for the Duelist Cup now. Oh, I should made it yeah, you're right. I should have made it unlimited. My bad. What if someone wants to play like the Pot of Greed stuff? Yeah, my bad. Create a room. Unlimited. Yeah, okay, now. My bad. Room details, copy room ID. There you go. You can play Malice for the Duelist Cup. We can play my anti-Malice stun deck if everyone plays Malice in the Duelist Cup. We can do that. All right, let's go. All right, won my first coin toss in Genesys format. Okay. This hand kind of ass. All right, I'm sad. This hand cooks. I mean, it would have been fine. Like, normal summon this, special this from deck, search 1, then make Dugaris, draw 2, discard. It would have been fine. We can maybe play around Fuva without Dugaris. Okay, Effect Veiler. That's... You opened 14 points worth of cards already. I swear to God, if this is a normal deck, I'm gonna lose my shit. It's Red Dragon Archfiend. Okay, so I feel like I have to droplet this. You do not have that zone, by the way. That is cheating. That is cheating. So technically I already won. But okay, we'll play it out. Wait, this is not once per turn? Awesome. I think I'm dead, y'all. I think I'm dead because the thing is, like, my hand wouldn't have lost to a one effect Veiler, but it lost to one effect Veiler because I played around the Fuva. I wasn't expecting to be hit with Fuva plus Veiler in my first Genesys game. Because if I normal summon this and they Veiler that, I can still special this from hand and it's fine. Oh no, wait, Warrior. If you control a Warrior Nekroz, okay, no, I would have passed to a Veiler regardless. No, this is also a spellcaster. Is meant to work with Biernack. Yeah, if we had any ritual monster, this hand would have played through any hand trap, basically. But because I drew like 4 Nekroz main deck monsters, it was pretty shit. I'm pretty sure this is just game, but the problem is also, even if it's not game, I don't have a real play next turn, even through this one hot red. With the duel and say you won because they used the EMZ? Nah, it didn't matter. The red zone. Oh, we live. This deck is cracked though. RDA is like a surprisingly competent strategy in lower powered formats. I think this deck is also really strong in Duel Links right now. So yeah, for Genesys standards, this is doing a lot. Nekroz of Trishula. That was a pretty good draw, actually. Negate the hot red to resolve the search. Or... resolve the search for Nekroz cycle, maybe? Cycle back to Trish? What does their trap card do again? Ariat, Tribute Shurit. That also works. Red Zone. When your opponent activates a card or effect while you control Red Dragon Archery or a single dimension, you target one card with its sword. You can target one of your banished Dragon Spare summon. You can only use one. What about Exciton here in general? Does Exciton cook? Can they be destroyed? Can they protect? If a card you control will be destroyed by card effect while you control Red Dragon Archfiend or a Synchro Dimensions, that you banish this card from your grave instead. Ah, they can protect it. They can protect it. Okay, let's go for cycle then. Exciton isn't once per turn. No, but they can pop it on the first thing. They can pop it on the first activation, right? No, Exciton is once per chain. I can't do both at the same time. Okay, red zone. Use the effect to target my Nekroz of Trishula and destroy it. That's fine. So I'll resolve. I'll banish. Can I get to off of this turret? Can I get to... hold up. So I'll banish. This. From hand. I'll add... if I add Ariad... Ariad... I'm... the problem is I kind of want to Exciton Knight now. Ariad, tribute both, load the grave and Divine Mirror. Yeah, and then what? I have no ritual monster to summon. Right? I have no ritual monster to summon. I can search two... that adds a Nekroz. I have two Nekroz spells that I can search. You summon Ariad? No, I don't have a ritual spell right now. Divine Mirror can summon from Banish? Oh, can it? Hold up. Banish this card. No. Ritual summon a Nekroz from your hand or banishment. Blah. Problem is I have no idea how good their follow-up is right now. probably pretty strong, if I had to guess. I don't see the line right now, or to do something meaningful about this board. This can't be destroyed by card effects. Because now I can search another ritual spell, but I can't activate it, right? Like, I don't have tribute fodder for this. What can I summon? Oh, Vespinato. Which I could have summoned one from Banished, but only if I don't make Exciton, right? Which in that case, maybe that was the line. I don't know. Do I live again? Nice. I probably get cooked by the follow-up here, but I don't know. Maybe there was a better line. That is a lot of royals, dude. They love Red Dragon Archfiend, I can tell you that. They love Red Dragon Archfiend. They are so happy about the... They are so happy about Genesys right now. Is that a second Royal Hot Red? Or did we recycle that somehow? No, it's the second one. Holy shit. Okay, looking tough. Ooh. Oh, dude. This is No! Am I gonna die to that? This is Genesys format, yes. Jesus Christ, dude. I don't think I can even perform a ritual summon. Banish Avance. Yep. GG's. Ooh, there's a bunch of people playing. Okay, let's go. What's happening there? I guess we're just doing Genesys dual room for now. Oh, Fire Kings. Is Resonator freaking tier 0 or what? Rescue Ace package, nice. Or Cosmic. Ooh, the Cosmic is nice here though. I doubt that's gonna be enough, but it helps. That's a lot of damage. No Garunics in hand either. That's rough. Dude! Red Dragon Archfiend. Best deck in Genesys or what? Ooh, Extrav. Eldritch. Okay, we got a different approach over here. Seamork. Lyrilusk. Okay. Lyrilusk. I wonder what kind of points Lyrilusk has. I know Zeus has like 20 points. Torrential Tribute. I mean, it's not just Eldritch without the new support. It's also Eldritch, but you can't play the Floodgates, right? It's just like ethical Eldritch. I guess you can play one Floodgate at 100 points if you wanted to, right? Like one Skill Drain or something. I assume Skill Drain has 100 points. But other than that, you know, fun. Painful Choice. How many points is Painful Choice? $95? That's a lot. Hey, we got DD Crow, makes sense. As a level 1 winged beast. Ooh, rollback. Send rollback for Eldritch. Dude, funnily enough, they literally only had 2 points of interaction. It was a torrential and a conquistador pop, and that was enough. And now they're just out grinding with Eldritch. Okay. Oh god. Against 2000? Yeah, that's game. That's game. Goodbye, birds. It's fun to see what people are coming up with as their first decks in Genesys format. I like that. Let's see what we got here. Mimi Ghoul! Ooh. Ice Barrier? Ooh, Ice Barrier I think is one way to still floodgate your opponent. Oh, Mimi Ghoul has Dominus Purge. Okay. Just battle phase with Hexa. Pass. Now we go Mimi Ghoul Maker. Dragon. Special Dragon. Dragon adds. Dungeon. Ghost Ogre on Dungeon, though. That's another budget hand trap. What's Ghost Ogre? 5 or 7? I think you might see a decent amount of Ghost Ogre if it's 5 points. 5 points is a good deal for Ghost Ogre, I think. Ghost Bell as well. 5 points, I believe. So 3 Ogre, 3 Bell is like a solid lineup. Ooh, this can't be destroyed by battle. How do we deal with 1 Lancia now? Oh, what is that? Haiju. This does work now. We can now go for Trishula though. Trishula 0. Banish up to 3 cards your opponent controls. Uh-oh. I'm in danger. Okay. Let me play. No, I was too late. Anyone trying to play against my Nekroz deck? Alright, let's see if I can now actually make something happen on the first turn. Once again, it's not a great hand, but it does work, I guess. So I can activate this, and then I can special this from hand, right? So do I go for a Divine Mirror combo immediately? Probably not. I think I still start with Kaleidoscope. Okay, I resolve. I can grab Nekroz of Unicorn. Hmm. Effect. Banish this. Add cycle. Oh, you can only use one effect per turn. Ah, I forgot about that. Okay, I thought I was going to be able to send Exa now. So, do I want to leave Nekroz of Unicorn on the field? Maybe. So what do I have now? I have, when a monster effect is activated, tribute a monster, negate, banish. No extra deck, and I can stop the battle phase. I don't know how strong that is. I probably could have sequenced this better. This should definitely be in my graveyard still. So I can banish it on a future turn. We had a lot more if we knew this deck. Yeah, I haven't learned the new Nekroz lines. Okay, against Exo Sister. The Unicorn is pretty good. I wonder if they crafted two shifters for this. It could be a triple shifter Exo Sister, right? I don't know what the points are on Exo Sister, but probably fine. Leave my unicorn alone. Okay. Droplet. Activate. Activate. Oh, I used my only cycle last turn. I forgot. I forgot I only have one cycle in the deck. Now I can't tribute my shirt. This kind of all goes downhill from here. Do I have enough damage for game? No. Thought I had another Divine Mirror in the deck too. How can I tribute this advance now? I can't, right? Dude, this sucks. Oh my god. Dude, and I can't draw next turn. I think I lose. Why did we use the floodgate? I messed up this game. I'm really unfamiliar with the new Nekroz lines. I don't know what this does. Why? Wait, why can't I add back? Huh? Oh, by card effect. Ah, okay. Dude. These Nekroz cards are so much worse than I thought. But I'm also, I should be playing them a lot better. So it only works if you tribute it for a ritual summon or for Valkyris, not for the field effect of the neck of the Arid Buyer. Okay, noted. Jesus. Ooh, is that the Eldritch player again? Seems like it. Foolish goods for rollback. Okay. And they have the Delta back in hand. Alright. Ooh, Kaleido Unicorn right off the bat. Okay. I guess, I mean, let's upstart first. Rionak, nice. The engine, give me engine. Droplet, okay, not that great in this matchup. And sure it. Okay, we can definitely make something work here. Start with Nekroz of Bryanak. And go for this. Normal summon this. Activate effect. Resolves. Nice. Special Amelia. Activate Amelia. To search. To search. I mean, I'm definitely going to try to Trishula. There a rank 4 I can use to bait back row? Not really. I can make Dugares to try and draw, but I'm not sure if I want to do that yet. I could go for this. I can also just search Trishula. Exiton Knight, I have too many cards. Like this. Yeah, Tornado Dragon should probably be in here. I mean, it's a first draft. It's okay. Chain Super Poly. Ah, okay. No cards in hand now for Trishula. That's a problem. But it's good that they do this now, because later I would maybe commit to a Trish and then they chain Super Poly. That could have been a problem. Okay, so we're gonna tribute this and this to send a Divine Mirror. Divine Mirror and Kaleidoscope. Then we're gonna activate this and this. That's gonna give me Catastor. And well, Trishula is kind of useless now. This is big. This is bigger. I've already used Brionak this turn. I could, if they draw with Garura, I could draw a card. So we're gonna activate Kaleidoscope, Banishing. Banishing. Avance. Search this. With this. Banish this. Search Cycle. Dude, I did it again. One effect per turn. Ah, man. Catastrophe to revive once. Yeah, I just banished it because I thought I was going to get it back. It's so much better when the cards have restrictions. I agree. The gameplay is probably better if I knew what these cards did. The gameplay would probably be better if I understood the restrictions properly, though. Yeah. Catastor effect. Try to bring back this. Hmm. Ah. That card seems very strong in this format. I can't help but think I should have been winning this game. But now I don't see myself winning anymore. Does Dragon's Bind destroy? Destroy that card. Yeah. Can't you make it non-25? It's original attack. That's why it worked last turn, because it was bigger than 25. Yeah, I don't have a way. Like, the problem is I have this, but like they can just negate this effect, right? And then I lose. Because I can't chain block it. I can't chain block it. Like I would, it would definitely cook. I could add like 5 cards from my banish pile back to hand with this. But yeah. Oh, they didn't dragon spine this. Okay. Okay, zombie world I don't particularly care about. Torrential tribute. Okay. Oh god. Okay. Wait. Let's go. Wait. Wait. Okay, I've used most of these already. I'm a little low on ritual monsters now, but uh started the damage step. Special summon from the extra deck. Okay, I mean both of these don't really do anything, but whatever. They can roll back another torrential here, I guess, but I still don't know if I'm winning, to be honest with you. I'm still not sure. The answer is probably still no, but we'll see. They probably do have better follow-up. Because I'm also, the thing is like, I'm not grinding properly with my deck. Oh, end of battle phase evenly matched to banish 1. Okay. I'll banish Nekroz of Unicorn. Okay, that evenly was not very good. The ad back did feel awesome. It was all worth it for that moment. That was the first time I've resolved that effect in my life, and I just added back 5 cards from my banished pile to my hand. They weren't the best cards. Maybe I could have banished better earlier. Like, this one I should have never banished, right? This one I should not have banished earlier. Man, their deck looks fun. There's no floodgates anywhere. I'm forcing the dragon's mind here. So that's banished now. Do I have another Emilia in the deck? I do. Okay. Okay, one new card. Banshee to make Zombie World happen. And then the Ballard Dog or whatever it's called also is going to come out, right? There's some this card. Okay, and there's an elixir. Oh! Hold. That's kind of crazy. Wait. Give me back cycle. That's my 5 points well invested right there. It sucks that they never have cards in hand. Because they never have cards in hand, it's really hard for me to actually remove their stuff. Yeah. Negate that effect. Or banish. What are they going to do? Okay, they banish. They banish. These duels do seem to last longer. I mean, yeah, but that's the point, I think. Oh, wait, you can do both? Okay. Sure. I didn't know that. How do I get over the 35? How do I have no removal, dude? So I'm gonna search. What is this? Another Brionac that also doesn't do anything. This one is 3,300 is big at least. It's not big enough for this though. But it's not gonna be 1,000 forever, right? Not another one of those counter traps, please. Okay, nice. Man. I'm struggling out here, okay? It's fun though. It's definitely fun. Why not? Ah, I forgot it goes back to 25. Yeah, I should have put it in attack. I definitely should have put it in attack. Why not set mirror? Because I forgot it was a quick play. Also, I mean, currently I don't really have anything I want to summon with this. Because my banish pile is only unicorn. It feels like with this new version of Nekroz, it matters a lot more what you get into when at which points of the game you get certain cards into your banish pile. Like for example, Trishula, I'm very used to keeping this in the graveyard from back in the day because you want to be able to mirror it back. But like now you cycle it back, I mean, but now you sometimes want it banished so you can summon it from there. It's a new way to play the deck that I'm not used to yet, but okay. Doesn't attack. No, I mean, if they attack, I just get back my Emilia and search another card. Oh, so I kind of get that. Lossalus does not help much. Hmm. I guess I'll run out the Ariad Bayer. Special this. By banishing... If this card's banished, target one of your... Ooh, this? Wait, no. Special this by banishing... this... Have people been playing hand traps in these games? They have, yeah. They have. A smaller amount than usual, but yes. They're still good cards, I think, for a lot of decks. Ooh, this might be a problem. They're locked into zombies, though. This, unironically, this Nekroz deck feels like a very fun deck to learn, though. Because right now I'm not playing it very well, but it feels like it could be so much better if I played and built it properly. Once I actually understand it, I might take the time for this. Ach, man. Take out WinCon? No, I think I lose. I'm out of resources at this point. I need like another preparation of rights to get like cycle back or something. But I might just lose this turn depending on what this is. Gustav Max. Yeah, that just beats me, right? 2,000 damage and then make the 6,000 on top is not quite game. Oh, no, this is game now, right? When a zombie monster activate, yeah, okay. Yeah. Yeah, GG's, man. GG's. That was a nice game. I could have done a lot better this game. That was fun, though. Duelist Cup now. We are running lower on time. I'm enjoying this a lot. And I'm gonna leave the room open for you guys if you want to keep playing. But yes, we do have to. If I want to get some gems, out of the Duelist Cup, I do have to play it now. Which I would prefer playing. I would prefer playing Genesys, but I do want those gems. The question is, what do we play in the Duelist Cup? Because I don't think I have what it takes to build Gem Knight. I also don't know how to play Gem Knight. Like I don't have the dispersion. And I also don't have this. I don't have this. I don't have this. There's like, it's too many. I don't have the ultra rare points to make this deck right now. I cannot. So what do we play? So, okay, how I haven't played in a while. How malice infested is the Duelist Cup? Pure Fire King? Ah, we can play Pure Fire King. Berry. If there's a lot of malice, you know what? Let me just try to snipe one malice player with that deck. Let me try. Let's snipe. We can build Fire King after, but let me snipe one singular malice player with this, and put them in hell. And then, ooh, I got 1,100 gems just for clicking that button. Okay, nice. Where is it? Anti-malice. I have trouble with Ryzeal more. If we queue into Ryzeal with this deck, we are going to cry. All right, go first. Step 1. I hope it. Please be malice. Okay, this hand's not even that great. It's good against malice. 60 cards. Oh, Jesus Christ. Well, Soul Drain could be pretty good against 60 card decks. Usually. If we win against like a 60 card deck now because of Soul Drain. How many cards in the opponent's extra? 6. Bro, what rank am I? Who is Kuri Babylon? What is happening? uh, what did I walk into? Special summon a Metal Fiend token. Okay. Yeah, I feel like I'm playing stun against a Karibo Fiend Link. I don't feel good right now. I have never super polyed a Cory Bay. Cory Ba, actually. I have now super polyed a Kuri Ba, but I have never super polyed a Kuri Born, a Kuri B, or Kuri Boo, or Kuri Be. Hello, Eddie. I got places to be. I mean, guys, technically I didn't stun them so far. Technically, I've only activated a super polymerization. That's all I've done. I have not stunned Eddie. But yes, I feel like it's appropriate to play a different deck after this. If this is the type of decks we queue into, I don't feel like playing stun. I feel like if anything, I'm being stunned right now by Eddie's internet connection. So queue up Nekroz. I mean, at this point, I could. All right, let's go. Easy. We got 160 gems for that. Okay. So we should adjust it a little bit for if we're playing against actual decks, right? Yep. Yep. We're probably getting smacked with this like crazy, but alas. The last card I'm going to throw in this. Play another cycle. I only have one cycle, never mind. Don't forget to edit your extra deck. Sure. Metaltron. Ooh, nice. We can play Metaltron. I don't feel like adjusting my extra deck right now. I just want to play. This is probably when we run into Malice now or Ryziel and we get cooked. Dynamondo. Yeah. There's a lot of cards that should be in there. I just want to play. I probably shouldn't even be going first, but It took 2 games in regular Duelist Cup. I miss Eddie. I also miss Genesys. Okay. Yeah, that's Master Duel right now, I suppose. This hand useful going second. Hmm. Oh, Ryzeal. Yeah, we lost. We lost. It's over. Normal sword though? Yeah, sure. How do you out a single detonator? I can beat detonator, that's not the problem, but I think it's very hard to play through something like Ryzeal Cross with this deck. Like, a detonator you can easily beat by going Trishula or something, but the problem is like Ryzeal Cross backed up with 1 or 2 hand traps is going to be very difficult to outmaneuver. What does this card do again? If your Nekroz monster is banished, you can target a spell trap, banish it. You can ritual summon this card, cannot use level 9 during the main phase, target a face-up monster your opponent controls, banish this card until the end phase, and if you do, banish that monster. Okay. Ooh, look, we played around that talents by not drawing a hand trap. What did Duo Drive search? Sword and Cross. My opponent's first turn right now costs 20, 45, 60, 65, 85. This was 93. And this is also 20. This is like almost 200 points in Genesis. Oh, I top decked an Ash Blossom. Would you look at that? Awesome. Awesome. Can't we special Amelia? Yeah, but Maxi is active. Y'all, I don't know what you want me to tell you. I'm not gonna play Nekroz. It's there's no point. I'm gonna be miserable. We can play this in Genesys format. We can't do it in regular Duelist Cup. There's no way. Like this game, Master Duel is already miserable right now if you play meta decks. There's no way I'm playing Rogue. Fire King? We can play some Fire King. I just didn't want to spend that much time building because we only have like about an hour left. But I don't mind playing Fire King. That deck's fine. That's Sword Soul. It's actually Sword Soul. I could have considered holding Ash. Oh, never mind. Did we win the game against Detonator Pass? No, it was not Detonator Pass. It was Detonator Maxi Ash Lancea Pass. So no, we didn't. Are you having fun? Against Sword Soul, it'll probably be fine. My hand isn't the greatest, but this looks playable. But I mean, there's a reason why there's no Master Duel on the stream in the last couple of weeks. And if it wasn't for all the gems in the Duelist Cup, I also wouldn't really do this right now. I'll focus a lot of my content around Genesys and regular TCG in upcoming weeks. Okay, that's annoying. Oh wait, no, they called bite that last turn. Never mind. Not annoying, it's actually very good. I forgot. Okay. Yeah. This hand's pretty cracked. What is this? Tier limits? It is tier limits. Okay. How many points is that? So they had a response, but that could have just been Fairy Tale Snow, I guess. Is Memento a thing in Genesys format? Did they put Memento cards on it? I'm just now realizing, like, theoretically, Memento is pretty good without Link monsters. Bone Party is at 33. Creation King, Twin. Okay, so they did hit it. Okay, that's probably for the better. That is probably for the better. It's playable technically. Yeah, I mean, that's the idea, right? Like, you can play it. But already, like, Creation King and Twin Dragon at 33 each is already rough, right? Because you can play, you really want to play two Creation Kings and one Twin Dragon, which means you would have to play 0 Bone Party. But 0 Bone Party is also, I feel like, criminal. Like, that's hard to make that work. Are the Lightsworn cards on the Genesys ban list? There is, I think, Charge of the Light Brigade at 33 points. Which is kind of rough, but... Other than that, you can play the Lightsworn stuff. And the new Lightsworn stuff is pretty strong. Is Lunalight completely free? No. You have Tanky at 40 points, and you don't have the Pendulums. Alright, Solic in hand. Dark Blade. Oh, it's live. I'm dodging this because I don't want the Kid Close to go to the graveyard. Because if that goes to grave, they mill too many cards, and that makes it way too easy to go for Snow. Also, mill 5 for Kikkolos would give them easy, like, shuffler and stuff, if I'm unlucky. You can play Runic 3 Fountain Terra. Funnily enough, I think I could try to make a Runic deck work and just never special summon and just try to draw the Fountain. With the power level that Genesys seems to operate at, I'm pretty sure I could make a control deck around that. Like, I just couldn't search Fountain, but like I can still treat the Runic cards as like good cards in general. And just try to find Fountain, and I could do that. I could do that. There's other ways to find spell cards, right? What's terraforming at? Does terraforming have points? It probably does, right? How many points is terraforming? 33? Ah. Yeah, I'll just draw my Fountain. I'll just draw my Fountain then. Thank you. Metamorphosis? Yeah, Metamorphosis is also points though. I'm trying not to spend all my points on a way to find Fountain. You know what I mean? Set is probably super poly. Could have played around that. Oh, okay. That makes things easier. Paradise! Okay. Well, they have no other Light Fiend, though. So that's probably fine. Duality is at 10 points, but you can technically use it to get Hugin. So what do you have to tribute? You have to tribute a level 2 Dark for Duality to summon Hugin from the extra deck? Does it also have to be Fairy? Dark Fairy. Yeah, that's not that easy. I think going for game this turn is unlikely because of the snow as well as the 500 attack reduction. So I'm not going to try to go for game, but I'm trying to just going to clear as much as I can. You can probably search crime with this, but that's fine. Mm. This should be good enough. One card in hand's a trap card, so it should be fine. Is Memento graveyard based? Yeah, a lot, yeah. It's a big Apo that they might be able to negate with Salik, but only if they have a thing. Ooh, they play this in there. Okay, yeah, GG's. What are the chances Apo dies next list? If they use common sense for the next ban list, then it has to die. But it is Master Duel, and a lot of people have been saying the reason they're not banning Apo in Master Duel is because it has an alt art. And I don't know, dude. But I will say if they don't ban ban Apo in Master Duel ever, then there's a problem. This hand sucks ass, by the way. Can you maxi me in draw phase, please? No? Okay. It's standby? No? Okay. It's like my world's hands with this deck. You brick too? Or are you playing a trap deck? Oh, never mind. It's Malice. Yeah. That's my favorite deck to brick against. That's awesome. All right, we resolved the maxi. Oh, nice. Another brick. Awesome. Makes my Book of Eclipse better, actually. Because they won't draw for it in the end phase. Maybe that saves me here. Because I can play next turn. This is a dead card. That does nothing, because whatever you summon also gets booked. That's just wasted. The problem is my hand right now only plays... I have literally one play, the Goblin. Oh, they can summon from extra deck. Okay, never mind. That's good, actually. Oh yeah, that's a disruption next turn. That's pretty bad for me. Actually, if they attack here, it's better for me. Okay. Just don't attack. Okay. They can't? Oh, it can't attack. Okay, my bad. It seems like they didn't know that either. It seemed like they were going to attack. Yeah, but now they have 2 non-target banishes. Yeah, I can't beat this. Nice. No fun has been had. How did Genesys go? Genesys was fun. Genesys was fun. All this Duelist Cup is really telling me is that I made the right decision in playing a lot less Master Duel. I'm not gonna lie. TCG is looking so good right now. I'm looking forward to YCS little format. Also Genesys is looking very fun. Like, bro, there's just no need to do this if you don't enjoy it. I'm literally just doing it for some of the gems right now, because maybe it gets better at some point, and then I want the gems from the Duelist Cup, but yeah. Don't you lose gem progress when you surrender? Yeah, but what do you want me to do? Should I watch Malice play? I'm not doing that. No amount of gems will make me play Malice. Judeo thinks this format is perfect, by the way, and I love Judeo. Sure. It is literally perfect. I could not imagine anything better in Master Duel right now. The only bad thing about Master Duel is Malice? I don't think that's true. But fun and good format in Yu-Gi-Oh! Are subjective. I think there's a lot of things that are in Master Duel that are ruining the game, and I think the current format is quite miserable. But I think it's okay to disagree with that. Ooh, Tri-Brigade Sprite. Okay. I'm listening. Bring back Kit, but Kit right now can't activate, can it? Because there's only one Tri-type in the graveyard. So unless we can also special Keras. So we're going Sprint. Linking off the red. Do we go for another? Do we play two anglers? Or did we draw the one of? That'd be very bad if they only play one. Ooh, they only play one. Okay. So they have to send a beaver. Or a Ferrijit. Ferrijit special Keras? Seems weird. Bearbrum. Ooh, do they play Revolt? They're making it seem like they're playing Revolt. The double standard is so bad. Oh no, don't get me wrong. I also don't enjoy playing against the current iteration of Ryziel in Master Duel. I think Ryziel was fine in the TCG before they made Star. But they made Star, so... Okay. Like, Ryziel released at a fair power level and then got... They made it even stronger, which is not something I agree with. Did they search Revolt now? I didn't pay attention. They didn't, right? Maybe they hard drew it. If I hit the Revolt now, it'd be quite good because they can't activate it right now. Okay, they're dodging the effect whaler for me. Kind of awesome. Nice, I did hit the revolt. I still can't break this, by the way. Elf revive red. Is gonna be good enough. Maybe there's a chance. We'll see. Maybe there's a chance. This already makes it a big gigantic, but that cannot activate before they attack. Normal summon Ash. Okay. Second elf. Second elf is pretty nasty. I probably have to Ash the blue. They go for blue here. Oh, it's the one. Oh, yeah, I bounced it back, right? I mean, they're probably playing 2 elf regardless. But yeah, I did bounce it back. I have to Ash that. Could be called by, though. I didn't really check for called by. Yep. Awesome card. Oh, they're not locked yet. Okay. I'm an earth monster. What is that? Keras? Oh, type or attribute. Right. That's a game with Mosquito if they play it, right? It's enough attacks into the Typhon. Which they probably do, right? Yep. I'm waiting this one out because I get better rewards if I don't surrender, but yeah, this is over 10,000 damage because they can crash 4 times into the thingy. I have no idea why they crashed into the Typhon with the thingy, but any TCG today? No, not today. I wanted to get my gems from the Duelist Cup, but I'm already kind of regretting that decision. I don't know if the amount of gems I'm getting from this is worth what I'm going through. It is questionable. What do you think about Genesys? I think it looks very fun. I like it. So far. I think they have to extend card points. I mean, yeah, the list isn't perfect. The list definitely is not perfect. That's okay, I think, for the beginning. Is Paleo full power in Genesis? Paleo seems pretty good, yeah. The Ruma is 5 points. I think the Ruma loses a lot of value without Link monsters. It's still a powerful, like, it's still a powerful defensive trap, but like, it's not nearly as good when you can't send a bunch of Link monsters to the grave with it, right? Are Genesis time rules the same as in TCG? I would assume so. I don't have confirmation on that, but I think so. Biohazard, thank you for the 5 gifties. I appreciate that. You must be very happy that there's another format you can play Vanquish Soul in now. Even though it's going to be without Rock. You got to be happy about that. You can play Draco Tail Traps as a draw engine. There's a lot to cook in Genesys format. I'm excited for that. How many gems did I get? 2,000? That's a lot of gems. I mean, we've only played against Malice once so far, so that's okay. I'm just gifting some subs because I also believe with the solid ban list and within 6 to 12 months we will have a good format in Master Duel eventually. XD. Yeah, just wait. Just wait 6 months. Just wait 6 months where they limit one Malice card every month and then you will be fine. XD. Do you think playing a striker engine to maybe help break boards in Genesys is playable without links? Absolutely. I think Engage is still a very powerful card. I could see those cards being good enough. I love the game and Master Duel is my only way of playing it currently. I gotta cope. Oh, that's fair enough. I think if you can find ways to enjoy Master Duel, that's also completely fine. And it's honestly, it's a good thing, right? How often after the how soon after the Duelist Cup is the next ban list likely to drop? I don't know. Usually like a week or two after. E barrier in the main. Okay. And okay, you go talons after you draw. Okay. Draw 2. Three Pot of Greed, 3 Engage. Yeah, there's got to be something you can do with that, right? They play multiple D barrier. Okay, well, I'm glad I'm not playing Ryzeal, because that would be even worse. The D barrier is still gonna hit me though. Dude, Huva number 3. Hello. Uh, As a LATAM player, Master Duel is the best thing to happen to us. I can definitely see that. I can definitely see that. Okay, I'm gonna hold my Called by the Grave as a defensive card. They are ready for Malice and Ryzeal. Thrust to set D barrier and just have Lancea in hand. Awesome. The things that Master Duel players are doing just to play Yu-Gi-Oh! Or like play Yu-Gi-Oh! make an update to your striker list after Doom of Dimension? Probably, yeah, probably. There's a lot of things going on right now, which is a good thing, because I definitely can't complain about not having enough content at the moment. But there's a lot of things running around that I kind of want to do. Like, there's Genesys format stuff I want to do. Okay, so we're popping Sleepy. We're adding Party. Activate Sleepy. Oh, yeah, bro. It's fine. I'm not, yeah. I'm not doing shit. Oh, that's convenient. Does anyone know if Genesys is also in OCG territories? As of now, I believe the answer is no. I believe the answer to that question is no. At least for now. I could see there being a world where it's so successful in the TCG that they bring it to the OCG as well. But as of now, it's not. Yeah, they are not breaking this. Unless they have Super Poly right here, maybe. That's a pretty good Super Poly. Should have Super Poly, should have done that earlier. Because they knew I had one party, so I can dodge it. Because D-Barrier does work like Skill Drain. Deck building in this format in Master Duel is something else. Dude, they're playing Thrust for D-Barrier, Lancia, and Droll as their non-engine. It's actually so criminal. It's insane. That looks like my Fabulary, doesn't it? I feel like that's my Lurie. And not theirs. Give it back. Can't just take my Lurie. Alright, gamers. I think I have enough gems. Thank you all so much for tuning in today to a little bit of Master Roulette, mostly some Genesys talk. Honestly, it was fun. I enjoyed the Genesys session that we had today. I'm excited for it. I am now going to say goodbye for a couple of days because I am traveling to YCS Lille. So I hope to see some of you guys there. If not, I hope you enjoyed the stream for the YCS over the course of the weekend. I will be back next week, and next week as well. If you've asked yourself the question, yes, I will be streaming both days of YCS Anaheim. So for Saturday and Sunday next week, the week after next weekend, I'm going to be live both days for YCS Anaheim as well. But yes, until then, I'm going to be gone for a couple of days now for YCS for YCS Lille. So wish me luck. See some of you guys there. And thank you as always for all the people that subscribed during today's stream, all the people that followed and all that good stuff. Thank you all for tuning in. You guys have a wonderful rest of your week, a wonderful weekend, and I'll see you guys at some point next week. Bye-bye.